All right. What's this? Oh. Nice. All right. Now, today I finish up the second half of Lonetrail. So we see. Oh, I can get silence now.
Doctor, my time aboard Rhodes Island will be inevitably diminished in the future. There is one thing, however, that I can guarantee. My relationship with Rhodes Island will only grow closer, because I trust Rhodes Island, and I trust you.
Good VA. Alright, where do we leave off? Trying to remember. Oh, right. Yeah. She stands tall at the edge of the passage as the land moves so slowly away. The flowers, they're so beautiful. Have you come to see me again? I don't know today's flowers. Can you teach me how to spell them? Of course, Narcissa. What do you want to do after you learn it? I want to put these petals in my picture book, just like I used to. Mom loved flowers. Dad knew a lot about plants, just like you. They're not around anymore, but I want to record these new flowers and tell them about them when I visit their graves. You bring me there, right? It's almost April. Narcissa, my child, you're always the strong one. Leave the flowers on the table. I'll teach you writing once I'm done with work. It smells good. What's for dinner? Why did you come over here? Sit down over there. We're having your favorite potato soup. I'm hungry. Can you cut quicker? Do you want to help out? No need to be scared. I'll hold your hand. Like this? Well done. You'll do even better in the future. The future? Will I grow up to be as tall and strong like you? Become a great scientist? No, you'll be greater than I am. Much greater. There's a wound on the back of your hand. On the back of your head. Ouch. Still hurt. Not anymore. My brothers gave me lots of sweets. They say that one sweet before going to bed helps with the pain and makes me dream of cotton candy. Good girl. You can have them once you've had dinner. Then there's a place I want you to take you. Over at the corridor. The place my brothers went yesterday. They said there's a nice garden there. There's like those in the storybooks, and that's the place you get your flowers. Yes, those who pass through its doors are blessed by fate. At the end of the corridor is... Responses. I can't get the door open. Any ideas, Muses? We need to go. Responses. Don't go, not alone. Responses. Who is Responses? Who is Narcissa? Welcome. You're waiting for me? Always have been. Where are the doctor? Where are the others? Where they were. This court does not need an audience. Court? Is this a court? Who's on trial? I, Logan Williams. I am both accused and accuser. In these last moments before fate devours me, I implore you to witness my life. Here and now, I confess to all my crimes. Greed. Yes, my teacher reproached me. He chided me for my recklessness. He admonished my extraction of infected organs from dying as being both illegal and immoral. My extraction of infected organs from the dying. He said my actions did not help patients, only accelerated their deaths. They were already dying. Their consciousness had already passed over to the other side. I did not attempt to cause any more pain, nor did I change their fate. But my teacher did not agree. He and his teacher pronounced my death sentence in academia, in a private trial with no justice to speak of. They refused to admit that greed is a virtue for a scientist. A small town boy's biology education is limited to delivering burden beast cows, unless he musters the courage to dissect a newborn cow in the middle of the night. The thirst for knowledge was enough to overcome his empathy. He needed to seize every opportunity to climb, to continue on the path of exploration. Cowardice. I have not often been found wanting of courage, but there was one thing that I yielded to. Mainlander banned me after my teacher reported me, a mark of shame that shut me out of all universities and government-sponsored research institutions. It was the cruelest punishment you could inflict on a scientist in his prime. They stripped me of my right to research. It was akin to murder of your soul. I began drowning myself in drink. For a year and 10 months, I forced myself to face my trembling hands, so that I could forget the pain of not being able to hold a scalpel. That was when they found me. They, the shameless rascals. The Department of Defense. They funded Loken water tank. In return, I was to develop the most powerful weapon for them in 5 years. Science is neutral, pure, and free. Practical value, especially in terms of weaponization, can only be a burden for science. I did not want to contribute my research for them, but they knew what my weakness was. Knowledge is expensive. Instruments, equipment, material, down to the bricks that make up the laboratory. It all takes money. Building the lab of my dreams costs more than building a skyscraper in the middle of Trimonts. I had to admit my weakness and prostrate myself before their power. How pathetic. Is this nation any less so? They have allowed barbaric power to control the lifeline of science. There's no one more short-sighted than the soldier. They are at the helm of science. They know not how to use such precious knowledge except to kill their own kind. Folly. Yes, folly. The most unforgivable crime that a scientist can commit. The foolish soldiers are easy to deceive. Getting subcutaneous art units, the results of billions in investment, was enough to satisfy them. But I was too busy, too obsessed with my research, to realize the weakness and ambition of those around me. A foolish student of mine handed part of my experiment data to the Department of Defense. They learned what Loken water tank was really researching and were eager to see results, even threatening to take direct control. How could I allow them to steal my dream when I was so close to finishing my masterpiece? You took a risk. You failed. You lost everything. Narcissa destroyed your lab. That wasn't so bad. But then Mainlander came again. They took Narcissa, robbed you of your dream again. You were like a walking corpse. The Department of Defense confiscated the scraps, then wanted you to repay the billions of investment. You could not repay it, and we refused to work with them anymore. So you were thrown into prison, like a piece of rotting meat that no one paid any further attention to. Hold on. That was my greatest crime. Failure. Now my final and greatest failure stands before me. Narcissa. The only flower in my garden that has not been trampled into the mud. Broken, but still beautiful. Look at me. Look at the Loki Williams who raised you, educated you, oppressed you, tormented you. You witnessed me inches away from the summit, and witnessed my fall from grace into the abyss. Now I invite you, child, to be the stick that measures my pain, my regrets, my crimes. You're the only one fit to do so. Push forward. Area suppressed. Gamma and Delta? No more reinforcing power armors. Excellent. Continue the attack and prepare to breach the building. Not so fast. Colonel, should I start with you? Will killing you buy more time? You traitor. Traitor? We have always been enemies. Who have I betrayed? How fragile. Should I have done this a long time ago? You almost killed our beloved vice president. Maybe I can exchange your head for a pardon. All units, attack. You want to be a martyr? Perhaps I should oblige. Oh, there you are, hero. Ooh. Sawyer versus Hole? The military and mainlander have this building surrounded. You can't win. Win? It's not victory that I'm looking for. It's a chance. Same for Kristen. No chance is worth so many lives, including your own. You think so? Compared to my knowledge, my own life has always been insignificant. I've seen so much history, but to time, I'm hardly even a passing breeze. That's my life, my poor, boring life. A tiny little bit of time for the chance to touch eternal knowledge, even for an instant. How can it not be worth it? You're even fascinated by death. Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious. I know thousands of ways to die, over hundreds, thousands of years of history, but I only get to die once. Period. Full stop. Standing between accumulated memories and the possibilities of the future. How does it feel? You'll find out. Pure, unadorned power. Whoa, look at that. There was no enamel blade growth. Saria simply focused all her strength on her hand. There was no original arts involved. That's why the fist was able to penetrate the distorted air. Hey, the animations though. What a shot. Oh dear, looks like I've lost. I guess that's it, Sario. Kill me here, and make it quick. Or maybe not so quick. I should savor the moment. I only get one chance after all. You, mad woman. What about you? Did you think yourself a creature of reason in all that you do? You wanted to prevent disaster in the most efficient manner. You're standing at the door. Why don't you work with the military? They tend to make things worse. What about Mainlander? They have been your firm allies for the past 5 years. They made the decision to work with the military. Oh, and the adorable little Liberi. The little brown bird, so full of morality and empathy. I saw her in one of the military aircraft. I didn't know you had that expression in you. Your hands are growing weaker. Everything is going out of control, even your own heart. Is that not a strange feeling to a woman like you? Your taunts are meaningless. Poor Saria. That's not what your eyes, your hands, every inch of your body is saying. Are you sure you don't want to run over to the lab there right this instant? It may already be too late. You. In an instant, Holheax is standing on top of a half-collapsed wall. A few more leaps, and she is gone from the battlefield. The door to the lab is broken. How could it be? Loken. Well, time is almost up anyways. Might as well call it a day. Whoa. You're Loken. You came to the orphanage every Friday evening. You brought different flowers each time. Your clothes always had a strong smell to them. The smell of swimming pools and freshly painted fences. I didn't really mind that smell. I wanted to tell you that you didn't need to hide it with flowers. But I didn't say anything because I like your flowers. I like the stories of plants that you told. It reminded me of Dad. Good, good. Your memories are coming back. Yes, I'm remembering. You used to be very nice to me. Then you became very mean. I'm sorry, child. I'm sorry. I promised you. I wanted to give you a happy future. You and your brother should have been the perfect life forms. You would have redefined original arts, freed yourselves from the shackles of talent and plague of erypathy. Yes, you. No. We should have conquered fate itself together. Why? Why couldn't I do it? I ruined us both. Why are you crying? Tears falling on the hand. Salty. Painful. I have seen you cry before. That day, no. I don't want to remember. I don't want you in my memories. It's painful to forget, but even more painful to remember you. Don't forget. Remember me. Please remember me. Remember the criminal. Filled with guilt. Filled with pain. No, no. My brothers. Why? 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 My memories are coming back. My head hurts. It's cold. Grab me. Grab my neck. Clutch it in your hands. Do you feel the pulsating veins? The blood is warm. You won't be cold anymore. Blood. How could it be warm? It's colder than ice. More suffocating than water. It's you. It's all you. You took my life and my brothers away. You turned me into a monster, a weapon, a destroyer. Then kill me, destroy my broken body, crush my guilty soul for all that you've lost. Kill you. Will all the crimes disappear if I kill you? The lives that people should have lived won't be taken away again? They can be with the ones they love? I can't lie to you anymore. But at the least I deserve it. Time is short. We'll have company soon. I'll go to them. I won't let anyone stand in the way of what's right. Whew. Doctor, the army men are coming. We need to go deeper. Hurry. Rosmantis. Old Lockens locked the door. The building is like a maze. It's got Nasty's handprint all over it. We've been waiting for it. We've been at it for a while now, but we still have no clue where they are. I'm concerned about the kitten, but I doubt an old sticky scientist like Loken could do anything to her. He wants to incite Rosmantis' anger, then have Rosmantis kill him. That's his gift. Huh? Did he finally go off the deep end? They say being in the prison too long makes you go crazy. But well, I'm not sure I should say it, but the kitten has a reason to be angry after Loken did all that to her, doesn't she? I was angry when I saw Effie experiments logs. Angry enough that I wanted to flood those ruins 6 feet deep. Loken would be getting what he deserved. Just assuming, the Rosmantis really had vengeance on her mind. I'm not sure I'm really in a position to stop her. I just want Rosmantis to do what she wants. I want to find her. I want to be with my family. Then we better hurry. That was close. We almost got roasted together. Army power armors, get inside. Doctor, we have to. Over here. Am I starting to hear things? Why do I feel like I just heard Ify's voice? Come with me. What's wrong with you? Step on it. You FNG or something? You're the FNG. It's sounding more and more like... Target, 3 o'clock. So that's how it works? It's so complicated. I'd rather use my fire. Ifrit. What's she doing in there? The power armor convulses a few times before you. Then the fiery red girl leaps out into the shower in a shower of sparks. Doctor, Moo, you're both here. You can drive a mech? It's a piece of cake for a genius like me. Alright, well, sorry I modified it. So she's a genius. Ask her the details. She's close. Sarya's here too? If only she would let me do stuff myself. But why don't you look happy, Moo? It's not that. Wait, that's the way Responses went. The power armor went there? Go, go, go. Hostile contact. It's a young girl. Sensors indicate the presence of an elderly male further in. Should we press... Wait. Giant floating weapons. High-tech target identified. Attack. Well, you're screwed. You're a soldier. Cold outer shell. No warmth. No emotion. Are you fighting bad people? Do you stand with people who have been hurt? Possible unidentified high threat subject. Requesting permission to engage. No. You don't have your own will. You don't think about right and wrong before you act, do you? Then you're just a puppet on strings. Go away, or I'll destroy you too. Didn't Cassette have something to do with the old man? I remember reading.
May we all return safely. Brock, a man I hardly want to reunite with, outside of right.
Alright.
It's been so long.
Any instructions fail like a shooting
Oh, I didn't
star.
choose my squad.
That's
Screw.
what they say.
That's not good. This guy's a lightsaber? Oh, you could push him.
Peel spread feels bad to lose your targets, doesn't it?
I'll cover my allies.
アーツユニットチャージ中
Il martello
Takes 4 directions while moving, dealing arch damage, except to nearby targets. The heck?
もう後悔の余地はありここにひざまずくのです
Sebbene la giustizia assoluta non esista, invocherò comunque il suo nome.
With pleasure.
Fire!
Dun, 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 dun.
震え上がる真の勇敢さを前に
Your orders.
Fire!
Your orders, please.
泣き叫べその脆い信念のもとで
Qualunque forse i reati che esulano dall'ambito del codice possono essere puniti con mezzi extralegali. Mission accomplished.
Cut a potato open and put it in the water piece by piece. Skulls are much harder to cut. Tear. The softest tissues in the human body are like cotton candy, easily scattered by a gloved hand. Crush. Flowers are crushed in the trembling palm, the juices sticking to the skin. dripping onto new leather shoes. Scream. The instruments sever the nerve so quickly that it can take a life without its owner noticing, just like the use of anesthetics. Cry. My dead brothers cry out on the operating table. Why were they the ones who had to be killed? Why was I the one who was made to live? No, no. They are not dead yet. They are behind me, hammering and crying. There was never a garden. There was only cruel imprisonment and cutting. The cage that treated our lives like toys. They want to destroy the cage, as do I. The lab walls are being torn apart. They're made of advanced and reinforced materials. How can they be sliced apart like potatoes? She's lost control. The ground is being peeled like an apple. We'll be crushed into a pulp. Someone needs to stop her. I'll try. You don't mean you're going by yourself, do you? Do you see how she shredded that power armor like paper? You're just a regular human. You are a human, right? True blue flesh and blood. I'll go. Ifrit. This is no time for jokes, Iffy. The Diablo within you. Well, your power is plenty dangerous too. Don't tell me you mean to. No, I won't use this power. I'll do it myself. That's a promise between me and Rosmantas. Requesting support. The communicator. It's crushed? What the heck are... Don't. What? I know what you want to say. Don't say it. She's my friend. My good friend. We're more than friends. We work together and fight together. Rosmantas. I'll destroy everything that's not right. A lab like this. It should never have existed. I get it. Damn lab coats. Damn labs. All those damn things that tormented us should have been burnt to ashes a long time ago. Of course we have the right to be angry, to yell, to destroy it all. But we don't have to do it. Why? Are you going to stand in the way of what's right? You're tough, but it'll take more than that to stop me. I won't let you become like Daria, Rosmantas. We promised to see the city together, to go back to Rhodes Island together. Daria. Oh, right. It was the little bear girl. From the manga. I don't want to admit it, but you've always been better than I am. You're an elite operator. And you've done so many amazing things. Think of Amiya, think of Blaze the big cat, think of the doctor. They have soft palms, their clothes smell clean, and they hug like warm blankets. Blankets? There are people who love us. Life isn't fair, but after all the scum we had to put up with, we still ended up meeting some really good people. Silence's stories always have a happy ending. I know she made up a bunch of them. Sorry is always strict about my homework, but she helps me up when I fall down. Don't destroy these memories. You can stop now, Rosmantas. Stop. Ifrit. The vibrations weaken. Ifrit grabs Rosmantas' hand. Yes, Ifrit. You remember me. No way you can forget. You didn't find out I ate those cookies, you idiot. Yes, I think you're right. It wasn't the doctor who ate the cookies. I should correct the terminal entry. Haha. You look like you're hurting. Why are you laughing? I want to laugh. You didn't lose control, right? Even the doctor was worried about you. But you just wanted to do what you wanted to do in your own way. Yeah, it's okay. Sorry, I was worried that I'll lose control too. It's not a lack of trust. They just worried too much. As for the bad guys, the power they planted in us, the scars they left behind, none of that can control us. We're the only ones who can. We can turn the tables and laugh in their faces. Like this? Yes. Lift the corners of your mouth. Find that Loken and tell him he's nothing to you. Loken. Alright, I'll find him. I know what to say now. things have calmed down. If it did it, she calmed Rosmantes down. Talk about a close one. Rosmantes' arts left cracks in the walls around you. The walls of the maze have been destroyed, revealing a hallway deeper into the building. What's in that room for? What's that room for? Milces. What is that room for? Huh? Your vivarium. It's connected to Loken's lab. Kristen remembered. And in the deepest reaches, sarcophagus. What? You are sure you saw the sarcophagus? Huh? It is unmistakable. It is the starting point of all memories you have. Even the dizziness is exactly the same. What does Kristen need the sarcophagus for? Does she want to destroy herself? No. Milces does not answer. You reach out and touch nothing. There's only a small splash, the reflection of bubbles. The real Milces stands at the heart of the vivarium. You're leaving me? Doctor. I promised to take you and Rosmantes to see Loken. Our cooperation is over. Now that its goal is complete. You can't go any further. We say goodbye here. You planned this from the beginning. That's how you got the address. No. I lied again. I really am evil, aren't I? That hard-head, nasty. I told her I made my choice, when I really hadn't. I only just now made it, the moment I saw this vivarium. I'm sorry. I came only to confirm one thing. Yes, this is where my dreams are. The vivarium and the future it carries. This is my dream. It's the answer for me and my people. Kristen promised to take it with her. She didn't lie to me. She just didn't tell me. Maybe she got tired of my cloaks and daggers. How a part of me never seems to be there. Maybe she never stopped believing in the trust between us. She really did it. So I should keep my promise. Tell Saria, I'm sorry. The water pushes you away. It is a soft but irresistible. You return to the outer hallway, the lab doors closing before you. The water disappears, leaving no trace behind. Your hand is empty again, but this is no longer just an intermission in the middle of a dance. Huh. It's time. Can I go now? The deal is done. You can leave at any time. You promised me. You find it on your terminal. Is this the entirety of Loken's research? No, there's another address, a blurred one. It looks familiar. You've really done a lot under Maylander's nose. I'm starting to actually respect you. What a shame. What's that? You won't see the sky that you should have gotten to see. The stars? My people have played with them long enough. I've given you all the information I should. Do you really think those twisted spots of light are worth looking at? No, not the sky we see today. Its true aspect in the future. Enough. I know about your great plans, but that future doesn't belong to me. As long as your data is legit, I'll be able to fulfill my ancestors' dreams and recover my true power. The power that you desire could not even overcome time. You understand that it could be machines that fly the skies of the future, or other evolving life forms. But not a shadow from 10,000 years ago. Are you mocking me? Mocking my blood? My memory? My destiny? You. Sacrificing your entire race just to return to the past. Is it really worth it? Whatever. I've got what I wanted. Let's say goodbye in peace. Hoheyak jumps down the monorail platform. She does not turn around to look at Kristen. She does not want Kristen to see the look on her face. Tension's running high, man. You. We meet again. They are silent for a moment. Past and future pass by each other without making contact. "5 minutes." I really like that line, by the way. 5 minutes. 5 minutes for what? I can't get the door open. Here. Huh? It's the weapon you lent me? Not lent. Gave. It's yours. You just need practice. Practice? You're free. Once you go out from here, you're free once you go out from here. The agents and soldiers are too busy to bother. They found Hammer and achieved their goal. They won't bother you anymore. Run to Trimounts. There. You still be researcher silence. You want to go in the most dangerous direction, don't you? You could put your life in danger. You may never be able to escape Mainlander's gaze ever again. It'll be a struggle of a lifetime. You may lose some things forever. Freedom, the life you know, the trust of your family and friends, the right to live under the sun, and yourself. Are you sure you want a life like that? I don't know. I haven't seen the problem resolved with my own eyes. I don't want to give up halfway. You're a talented scholar, a good doctor. Have you made up your mind to become a warrior? Maybe I'll never be a warrior. But I'll grasp the weapon you gave me tight, if necessary. Very well, child. Go forth with my blessing. Thank you, Director Jara. By the way, Control. Kristen could be just ahead. Don't you want to see her? Do I? Of course I do. But I doubt I can catch her. Jara gazes at the laboratory. Then she turns her gaze towards the sky. You got it yet? Not yet. Keep going. The core of Hammer should be in here. And Kristen, she couldn't have escaped right under our noses. 3 minutes. Ifrit. Saria, did you find a way in? Not yet. This place is weird. Even after Response crushed most of the outer wall like a cookie, it's not revealing any of the stuff inside. It's not a complete building. What? You're right, Ifrit. It's not a lab. It's... Did she install her parents' propulsion device on... How could it be? No. How did I not think of it until now? Saria, where are you going? Ooh. If I break the wall, she must have expected me. It's pointless. Then what has a point? You can't change anything. Would we be too late? No. I have to. Have to what? Saria. Silence. You need to get out of here. It could be... No. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's so nice. Saria, I didn't come here to listen to you talk like that. I know how far a scientist will go for her dream. I know that feeling of rapture, which is why I know the strength it takes to fight it with morality. You've long been seeking the balance between science and order. You do well, perhaps too well. Your order is falling apart, but if you're willing to let balance go, perhaps you'll find your roots amidst the chaos. Find my roots? I believe you can. We have all things to do. We all have things to do. Let's part here. I can tell you now, Saria, how much I looked up to you. How much I wanted to walk by your side. One minute. Well, there goes a rare friend. How do you plan on making it up to me? Making it up to me, Kristen? 30 seconds. Narcissa, you've returned. Are you ready to pronounce judgment? Yes, I want to kill you. Not for revenge. I hate you. But me and the doctor both say that revenge won't bring back the ones I love. Not for destruction. You want to use me to destroy you. I won't. I'm not your weapon. You're just a criminal. You're nothing to me. I'll do what the law in prison could not do. I hereby sentence you to death. Good. Good. How does that song go again? Country roads, take me home. To the place I belong. Soon. Very soon. I think that fits the era. Severe tremors shake the earth. Like something very strong and resilient is about to break out. You gaze at the rising inner corridor and see a figure through their windows. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Kristen. A name that has been on many lips these days. Lunatic, genius, foe, friend. Or perhaps a dreamer who does not belong to this time. You see her with your own eyes for the first time. She continues to look up at the sky, as though the blank emptiness is the only thing she should care about. What is going on? A familiar silhouette appears. Monster. Hi, Calcit. It unfolds in an instant, grabbing your shoulders lightly with sharp claws. The massive figure covering you fully. Then, an even more massive shadow rises behind Monster. Hammer. Now you can see that the mysterious ring corridor and Mules's vivarium are both part of Hammer. Mainlander and the military fought over it, then made peace over it, but no one could have predicted that it would reveal itself in this way. The bright flames of the thrusters feel blinding. The blast throws you off your feet. If not for Calcit and Monster, you would have been cast to the winds, like those around you, and the broken remains of the lab. Calcit. Hang on, Doctor. I saw the sarcophagus. We're so close to the truth. I know. The figure in the air casts your gaze at you. No, not at you. The dark monster that is protecting you. Kristen moves her lips, seemingly inquiringly. You hear Calcit repeat her answer to you. I know. Huh.
Take a breather and tally up your losses. Nothing worth celebrating here. We might be dead.
So Hammer was the lab the whole time. This is what we're getting at, right? Yeah. Another tutorial. Cutting edge. The masters believe that the mechanism inside such refined engineering must be beautiful too. Nasty declines to comment. Keobi. What's this thing? Hey, hey. Not food. Stop fooling around. The enemy is near the objective. What do we do? Don't worry, I think I have a grasp of the structure here. Those rocks are called planetary debris. We can take advantage of them. Oh, it's probably gonna teach us to damage enemies with it. On a trajectory, we're stationary, the massive planetary debris will block them. So all we need to do is change the direction of gravity on it. Eat. It's super effective. Right. Planetary debris deals heavy physical damage to enemies in its path, while also pushing them. Be careful, however, as planetary debris can also deal damage to our own operators in its path. Wee, that was fun. Good work, KLB. Oh shit. Sign adjacent something. Certain number of planetary debris will be pushed in the opposite direction. Oh, adjacent to the thing. This takes time, but if we have operators specialized in pushing... Okay, then do it right away. They've got backup. They're trying to change the direction of gravity. I'm here, Instructor Doberman. Good timing, Shaw. Push that planetary debris to the right. Yes, ma'am.
Extinguishing flames.
Good work. With sufficient force, you can move planetary debris directly. Ah, damn it. Probably something about the path being blocked. The gravity system here is interesting. We should investigate further and make better use of it. The battlefield is on our side now. Eliminate the remaining enemies.
Freeze!
Let's see.
Not one step backward. Okay. I won't sleep on the job. I'll show them what I can do. ここにしようっと。これで分かったでしょ?
Oh, that's a clever use of the the flag bearers.
I think we did all right.
Castle in the sky. Even ethereal dreams can come true. Okay, hold on. I have way too many.
Lodosにランデン修道院の抜きんでた戦術素養をお見せしましょう。冇問題。
Getting this crew together wasn't easy. You better make them count.
Let me bring a...
待て。医療器具を準備してからだ。
A pusher. November 21st, 10:99. 7:11 p.m. Hammer mission elapsed time. Ooh, the music. Brr. Phooey, freezing around here. Asshats keep shutting off the heaters. How many complaints am I gonna have to file before they realize we're here at night on an overtime? Hey, honey. What are you calling for? Hold on. I'll speak to you outside. What day is it today? 9 days out from the project deadline. Progress is looking bad for us. I won't be home today either, no. Our anniversary? Oof. Sorry, it's been crazy the past couple of days. I know, honey. You've been looking forward to that restaurant forever. I know. I'm sorry. The VP was touring Ryan Lab, so the egghead idiots on the board have been going insane. They're forcing every project to produce interim results immediately, or else we're so. I'm not coming up with excuses, honey. It's just, listen, I can't do today. I'll make it up to you some other time, I swear. Hello, honey? Are you there? Shit. If only something would just happen. I want the offices to blow up. Why won't goons rob a bank? Why don't Trimon's stupid city trails just snap in half? Anything. Night gradually sinks in. The office lights are set for another all-nighter, the shadow caging in one pitiable researcher. Indus. He gives a shiver. They say snow's coming in a few weeks. Someone bumps past him out of nowhere. Okay, my fault for hoping. Eventually he shuffles his feet, stepping back into the high-rise. Just as he stifled his urge to stay outside a little longer, an irritating droning noise emits from afar off. Catastrophe alarms, sounding with no warning. A PA demanding evacuation echoes throughout the streets. The researcher subconsciously leans to hurry his gait. But suddenly, he notices everyone around him coming to a slow halt. All gazes are drawn at once towards the sky. With great skepticism, he lifts his head again. There we go. What the hell was that? A massive toroid in sluggish revolution rises up from behind the building. In the dark, as mechanical devices unfold, the neon of the city that glares off the upper surface becomes one with the structure. Metal luster shining too brightly for the naked eye. It's so imposingly majestic, so impossibly elegant, that it can only be the stuff of the most beautiful dreams ever dreamt. It pierces through the clouds, and inexplicably, it rises still. Some kind of ring? 7:13 p.m. Hammer mid-flight. I'm very interested, of course. Extremely interested. Really? Well, that's swell. If our project can get Ryan's sponsorship. Take a seat, ma'am. Anything to drink? Plain water will be fine, Justin, sir. Please call me Justin Jr., even. How about some wine? War took the Gaulish Empire, but I think the troops were leaving us the best vineyard intact. Please. If you insist, thank you. Come in. Director, your office phone has been ringing non-stop. Tells them I'm busy. You have some friends of yours looking for you. Mayor Benjamin, Councilman Chris, Deputy Phil, Commander Colette, who else? You have a Mr. Lewis, the one in charge of industrial sec. Huh. They say, who might you be, ma'am? Sorry, I'll wait outside. Don't worry about it, no secrets here. Go ahead. Right. They appear to be extremely unhappy with the articles deposited at Plate 7. They were under the impression the project was a more ordinary one. Commander Colette went to Mr. Lewis. I'm afraid all Plate 7 monitoring files will be lost by tomorrow. The mayor and councilman have returned every case we've sent over the past few years, and declared they no longer need to be seeking your aid for campaigns. The deputy made some very radical statements. I hear he's gotten an emergency arrest warrant for the state prosecutor, and seems to be on the way here now. I've notified defense, but we can't keep them away for long. And here is how we got along well enough. How fragile a friendship is. What did you say, ma'am? Justin, sir, I'm only here to ask you to invest. I don't think I should necessarily be in the loop on all this. Aren't you curious, though? What could Rhineland have that scares these elites and bureaucrats and black suits and white gloves so badly that they crawl out of bed in the middle of the night to get to work? I don't know. Nanodroid that extends your lifespan forever or something? Nice idea. If someone came to me with a prospectus and technical prototype, you know I'd invest. I am wondering a little. Why'd you call me up, of all people? Have you ever heard of state syndrome, ma'am? Huh? I've seen it in the files. A rare heredity condition, I think? Very rare. Highly fatal, and extremely stubborn. Sufferers of it aren't usually expected to live beyond 45, and most unlikely pass it on to their children. I assume it was Rhinelab that developed. Look, no rush to win your potential sponsor over. But yes, fairy tale ending. There's a miracle cure out for the state syndrome. And while Rhinelab had no involvement in the research, it goes without saying that many have reaped the benefits. Pity it arrived a little late, is all. Old Justin Sir died of an organ failure from stage syndrome 3 days before they finalized the drug. Justin Sir? He must be. Sure was. And his son, Justin Jr., was informed out of the big wide blue, after struggling in fear for a decade and change, that he could live like a normal human thanks to the med. Bam. The nightmare that plagued my family was gone, like it never even existed. Only later did I learn that the key element in the drug popped up when an intern researcher happened to mess up some reagents. That's fate. Ha. That's how it goes. Well, at least you're free of the disease now. Because of a random dumb mistake? The incapable might call it a twist of fate, and when the curtains are closed, pat themselves on the back for it, even. They see it as a gift of chance. But I can't stand it. I won't stand for it. I'll have this phenomenon safe and secure in my own hands. I'll grip it. I'll control it. I'll dictate to it where it goes. A catastrophe alarm? Why does it have to be now? Justin, sir, we need to evacuate. Huh, finally. Justin Fitzroy Jr. Well, if it isn't the Supreme Court, you finally got me. What is your pledge? I pledge it will lead Columbia forth. What guarantees that? Is my participation not enough? Your many friends are dissuading me at this very moment. They tell me Colombian law shouldn't allow your people continue in their unbridled ways. If a mere fondness for seeing out cases of money does unbridled ways make, then what, pray tell, do Christians' actions sum to? Justice. You told me that it's not for the protection of any sanctimonious ethics that Colombian law works. It must hew the brambles for those who make forth. I ask then, what is your verdict? If Colombia's court appeals timid and weak, then I should see no reason why it deserves my further tenure. Much obliged. Was I just a Supreme Court justice calling? What research are Rhinelab even handling? Easy. Rhinelab is no danger to the law. You're with a trustworthy firm. But, well, back on topic. About what I've been stashing in the jurisdictional care of my friends. Go pull the curtains, ma'am. You won't want to miss the show tonight. What is that? How is something that big flying? Is that another Rhinelab project? I'll be honest, you're not really a qualified entrepreneur. You're a flip-flopper. Scare easy, not confident enough, always second guessing. Got a habit of spending too much time on how you word things. To be frank, it's no wonder Tri-Mountain investor circles don't like you. Lucky for you, none of that matters to me. Rhinelab will buy out your power laboratory in whole. I'll provide you ample funds, and it will be seen that all is done to support your research endeavors to come. If Lady Luck is on your side, and one day you rise to directorship at Rhinelab, then it's out of the question that you might get a little section carved out for you. Just as our young Dr. Franks got. I don't understand. So much has happened today. Just say yes, because Luck doesn't claim the credit here, for it has been my decision. Where the hand of Justin Jr. reaches, there's a random chance no longer, ma'am. I helped the lunatic to succeed. I understand, Director Justin. Looking forward to working with you. And welcome to the Rhinelab family. Cheers. $7.25. Seems we finally found it, Colonel. Bitch of a process, eh? We weren't anticipating Kristen would have another propulsion unit ready to go for Hammer. She hid the whole contraption under a garbage heap, and now she sailed the damn thing through Tri-Mount's airspace like she owns it. This is all my fault. No point in taking the blame now, Colonel. Things are all headed for the worst case. Hammer is still flying for Shaft, bound for its upper surface with an ETA of 20 minutes. Based on what the manuals say, It'll be hovering within about 5 clicks of the shaft, which gives it maximal odds of taking down any ground target in its angle of drift. But of course, Arc 1 is in no suitable position to launch attacks or counter enemy positions right now. Our plans never extend beyond demonstrated feasibility within tri-mounts. 5 clicks of altitude is something the average aerial unit just can't do. Your considerations were all comprehensive outside of that blindsiding. We're dispatching specialist drones from the district capable of higher altitudes, but we still need more time. Meanwhile, we have every regular drone allocated to tri-mounts already on liftoff. They'll interfere with Hammer's continued ascent as best they can. Effects look to be limited. Seems the military gave this ring thing some sturdy armor. I thought these Maylander drones were advanced for Columbia as is. Outstanding work. Medals for all the generals, I say. The DoD has hell of a lot of resting on this. No point in taking the blame now, sir. What's important is we get the situation back into your hands. Into our hands, Colonel. Personally, I understand the pitch the army is making. Ever since the Boulevard debacle, you people have been mighty eager to get back on the stage. But we're all Colombians, aren't we? Goes with saying, when I enlisted, I pledged my loyalty to Colombia. Kristen still won't contact us, and won't respond to any hails from us either. These aren't the actions of an opportunist or kidnapper, but if this is a bluff by the military, we can't say anything for sure. All we can be thankful for is, no matter what she intends to do, the shaft is under our control and always has been. She has no way to... Sorry, Mr. Vice President. Let me proceed. Colonel, seems your people have some urgent news for you. It's me. I'm with the Vice President, right? Charging? Haven't we been in total control of the shaft this whole time? How could it... Shut the whole shaft down immediately. You can't. What do you mean you can't? How hard can it be to find a goddamn switch or breaker or whatever it is to and flip it? Pull out the wires, kill the power source, do whatever it takes. I don't care what facilities we damage. What? You're telling me you've done everything you can and the shaft has not only failed to shut down, its goddamn energy readings are still climbing? Bring every ounce of explosive we have in tri-mounts. Blow that thing to Kingdom Come. It's already charged, and we blow it up, the energy dissipation will level the entire city, Colonel. That's what Maylander agents are telling me. You've got a crafty one on your hands. Ha. She's out of her goddamn mind. How does she hate Columbia? What is she up to? Hold on, I can think of one possibility. The district. It's the district. If Hammer's anger deviates far enough, it's probably gonna threaten Max DC. Our beloved president is still situated there. Kristen. She intends to destroy the heart and the brain of Columbia. Honestly, I don't really think that's what she's up to. They're probably misinterpreting her. We have to evacuate all personnel in the district immediately. Don't worry, Colonel. The president just told me we're fine. Armed forces in the district are mobilized, and General Barry is taking charge of the defense there. She's promised me she'll protect the president with her life. General Barry? Oh, I guess you didn't hear. She's just been promoted. Carry on with your mission, Colonel. Columbia still needs you in this dire hour. Anything else? No, nothing. I swear I'm gonna put an end to this insanity, personally. Don't overwork yourself. If you would excuse me. Were these orders due, Mr. President? I'll be honest. I'm not entirely sure about this. Still, I won't question your judgment. I understand. I'll head out at once. I wonder who's the president. You see that? What is it? Is that what the brass is after? Sure. Sure, it's a high-flying bastard. Where's it heading? Out of the city. By appearances, An energy accumulation device. Out of the city. The shaft? What did the colonel call those things? Arc 1? Hammer? What the hell is that mad scientist thinking? What the hell is that mad scientist thinking? Idealism, obsession, curiosity, initiative. It's a trend that scientists are tied to these qualities. Science will admit, as a scientist herself, as a former Ryan Lab employee, that when she first caught the tremendous megastructure rising to the sky, she felt a faint tug on her heartstrings. An immortifying sense of pride. This company she once struggled for was creating, no, had created a wonder of the land, of the sky. She should by all rights bask in it, shouldn't she? Deception, calculation, sacrifice, conspiracy. She quickly comes to, realizes that this marvel was built upon control. Kristen Wright. As an ordinary researcher, she never had too much contact with Kristen. Perhaps, at most, a glimpse or two of the Ryan Lab control during rapid conferences at the end of the year. She still remembers the look in Kristen's eyes. In her eyes, there was only one thing. Scientists must think about one thing, and one thing only, and that is how to accomplish it. A scientist's sole responsibility is to push science to progress. That alone is more than enough to exhaust us. And where is it that progress lies? Whenever Columbia's wastes stewy rain, the vegetation quickly turns to overgrowth. When people hand down decisions from high perches, dictating what plants are of use and what should be disparaged as weeds, it never sits well with me. We need to admit, no matter what, that should not be described as progress. Kristen, and those who like her, and those who wear the same guise as her, they all lay claim to their vision, their direction, as the way that science's progress should orient. She shouldn't dare say she understands the secretive, elusive control, but she understands the rest of them, and the repetitive costs of the journeys forward. Who will define progress? Who will watch over it? Hasn't it seen too many sacrifices beneath its heels? Science must progress, of course. I am a researcher myself. I sympathize as much. But we must be aware of the nature of the costs therein. We must be aware that science does not solely serve personal ideals nor obsessions. Is that a drone? Researcher, what are you doing? I don't want trouble with you, and the guys in charge don't need your help anymore, so you ought to... Hey, we're talking to you. What the hell is she up to? The key, your car key. She stole one of our cars? Is she insane? Shit, we need to... Silence, silence. Where'd the girl come from? This is a military exclusion zone. The hell are you doing? Move it. Knock the hell out. Ugh, give me your car key too. This is robbing. Do you know how to drive, young lady? Maybe you need me to... Damn, if it... Shut up. I forgot that's under control. But just to confirm, left one is the brake, right? They just GTA'd that freaking... those cars. I wonder where you're gonna push these. I wonder if you could pull them.
A new challenge.
The fence right there.
Come on, let's pick up the pace.
한심해. 분명 괜찮을 테니까.
Picked out your bait yet? I know what to do. I know better watch your step.
私の戦争兵器は必ずやる。
Tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
震え上がって真の勇敢さを前に
Let's see.
嗱嗱聲搞掂佢哋！
英雄たちよ
感情は勝利をもたらす。
濡れそりが 당신들 마음에 스며들 거야.
我隨時候命，老兵我！
I should have put the dot here.
ここにひざまずくのです。
Oh shit.
Don't you can't hide your fear. Don't keep me waiting. Don't keep me waiting.
震え上がれ。真の勇敢さを前に。
I know what better watch your step. 嗱嗱聲搞掂佢哋！我隨時候命。
震え上がれ。真の勇気。
これらの兵器がいかにして誕生したかは記憶にとどまったまま。これらの兵器がいかにして誕生したかは記憶にとどまったままです。
You can't hide your fear.
Easy. Damn, all these notes have had story, huh? Before and after. That's crazy. Doctor, we need to leave immediately. I've found Kristen's energy source. Things aren't yet irredeemable. The worst case possibility I anticipate has not yet come to pass. We still have a chance to stop her. What's the sarcophagus doing here? Kristen's plan requires a mass amounts of energy, the skill and purity of which are both beyond any modern Terran's grasps, or even their imagination. So she's exploiting the sarcophagus' tech? The sheer vastness of this energy is more than the sarcophagus can provide, too. So why is she... I said more than a sarcophagus. Oh. Does that imply many sarcophagus? I hadn't anticipated their being in Colombia, buried right beneath these wastes. Doctor, I need your help, and your help is all I have. Montes? Combat has concluded. She won't be in danger. I ask you have faith in her. She may still be a child, but she is nevertheless a Rhodes Island elite operator. And I ask you have faith in the time you spent with her. Whether the operation in Chernobyl or her days aboard Rhodes Island, not even one past moment has been for naught, and these experiences likewise mold her even now. She will make her own choice, and we can only respect that choice. But right now, as it falls to her, so it falls to us too. Hammer, now at upper shaft. Incredible. I've always wondered how you learned to fight so well, busy with all those research projects. And I thought I made an efficient use of my time. Do you never sleep? What are you doing here? Ferdinand. You took the words right out of my mouth, Saria. After forcibly entering a Tri-Mountain military spec ops bureau, what could you possibly be doing? Let me guess, you want to find something to chase after that airborne gizmo. Maybe hijack a heavy-duty armor drone and tie yourself onto it, for example. Or is that thinking a little too simple, Director Saria? I never took you for the impulsive type. Out of the way, Ferdinand. I have no time to argue with you right now. Would you look at that? How sad. The only three... Well, fine. Scientific investigations doesn't count. The only two director controls left out of her incredible master... The only two directors' control left out of her incredible master plan just happen to have gathered here. What do you want to do? Stop the mad woman? Or save her? I have no need to tell you anything. I assure you, I don't mean to criticize your relationship with Kristen. I was just waiting for you. Listen, Saria. I'm not here to get in your way. I said out of the way. And I said, listen. That's the sound of an aircraft. Damn, another Saria CG. A lot of CG so far. Ferdinand, where is that one from? The Horizon Arc project isn't just that super weapon Kristen's floating through the air. It's a complete strategic program. I tapped into some connections to borrow an aircraft they used to service Arc 01 and blew up the rest while I was at it. Let me be clear. Look across all of Colombia and you find very few passenger aircraft safely able to fly near barrier altitude. They won't need much time to scramble high altitude craft from the district. But for you, and for me, that time was more than enough. You're proposing a collaboration. You believe that you're seriously qualified for this? There's the same old sorry, I know. As though you'd have the ability to quell every single problem, even if I wasn't there to help. But I don't have a single shred of doubt about this. In your own words, there is no reason we should clash. Hammer has reached the shaft's aerial space, and the shaft has begun accumulating energy. If we let the situation unfold as is, then no matter what Kristen's up to, this will end with the Department of Defense exposed to the winds of scrutiny. And I'm sure we all know how Ryan Labs, as an accessory to it, will end up. And whether it be as a clandestine military proxy or a former director of Ryan Lab, you'll be finished, Ferdinand. Exactly. But I'm not about to give in. We can still make it in time. We can bring Hammer's dead back down again in the safe descent before the energy excitation. And there will be room to pull everything back. And is it your life you're looking to redeem or Ryan Lab? Doesn't matter. You have to be franker than that, Ferdinand. You've been ready with this aircraft. You've been anticipating that Kristen would get this far. Here I thought the busy work at defense had ground away all your researchers' insight. Still, I've been ready for less time than you think. Do you honestly believe this adventure of yours will rescue anything? If you don't think so, then why would you be here? Do you know what feeling has struck me deeper than anything else lately? I feel like nobody cares about Ryan Lab's reputation. Everyone else is either out to see what research funds Ryan can get them, or their only interest is in what Kristen's doing. You may have considered how Kristen leaves the picture, but have you considered what will become of the company afterwards? Yes, I know. You've all been captured by her charm and charisma. With a little soul searching, I have to wonder if I wasn't too. Of course I was. But Ryan Lab is ours, of the blood we shed. I can't accept her setting fire to everything that I gave the sweat of my brow for, no matter what reason drives it. So I can swallow being a tusk beast of the military because I want to pull Ryan back from the brink. Is that so wrong? I never thought I'll see you telling me this sort of thing. That's very Director of Defense like words, aren't they? Frankly, I should be getting a cut of your salary for it. I am no longer the Director of Defense. Fine. Once the dust settles on all this, I'll talk with Jaro about getting a raise. You need to be re-employed first. Still, you were right about one thing. Rescuing Ryan is far from my only aim. I need Ryan, and Ryan needs me. That's my assessment, born of reason and emotion. However, to put it bluntly, I'm curious. This is Kristen we're talking about. We know Kristen. The army wants to think she's out to blow something up, which is stupid. After working with her for so long, we know what kind of woman she is. And of course, you would understand her better than I ever could. Saria, tell me straight. What's going on in that brain of hers? How far is she going to take this? I can conjecture. Conjecture. Very cautious terminology. Go on then. Are you conjecturing or not? Those drones currently on the attack may be unable to pierce Hammer's armor for the time being and cannot reach his altitude of hover. But shooting down this maintenance aircraft of yours will be simple enough for them. My guess is the military and mainlanders are deploying even greater firepower right now. Specialist drones capable of even higher altitudes, even landing craft to convey troops. Their involvement in the front line is only a matter of time. We need to get your little craft with near to no armor and not a single weapon installed, straight through a net of drone fire. This definitely carries a little risk. I'll pilot. Suit yourself. Are you actually able to run this thing though? I learned once in college. Altitude 3,000 meters. It seems like the transmitter response has started growing stronger. It should be right around here. Still no good. Energy readout's completely blanked. You can't stop it? Not that. The thing's blown past max display capacity. There's nothing in the manuals for this. Then to hell with the manual. I want solutions, damn it. No. The entire facility's energy supply should be cut by now. All of them. This energy, where the heck is it coming from? So you're telling me this energy is enough to turn us to ash with just one lick, but it's just coming out of thin air? Ugh, the burden is on you to prove that hypothesis. Shut up. I keep giving me solutions. I'll hurry you straight in there. Let me just give it another once over. Pipelines, switches, energy nodes. Hey Yossi. Is this son of a bitch gonna explode on us? The manual says, I think in general terms, current accumulated energy is now beyond the structure's theoretical safe capacity. If it explodes, what happens? I don't know. Hey, okay, run me some analysis. If something does go wrong, will it hit Yorktown? That's not far from here. Yorktown? I'm not sure. Tell me how big it'll blow, for Pete's sake. I told my brother-in-law it was a bad idea to pioneer out near Trimonts. It's a city of head cases. I'm calculating now. To hell with this. I'm surrounded by science nuts. Crazy Poindexters. Don't any of you have a single breaker in your brains? Every day with your million freaking amazing projects and you never just wonder what happens if you screw up? The minds behind Trimontan Science, and you built this giant bomb that activates itself and you literally can't even shut it down? I wasn't on this project. I got 10% to work on this by your colonel. I would have definitely tested this thing a few more times myself. Zip it. I know you people too well. One little teensy weensy hit of success and it's like you all go goddamn blind. But wasn't this project led by the DoD? Okay, then they're all insane. I warned my Mima when she said her folks were coming to pioneer in Colombia. Nation built of goddamn nutcases. Damn it, are you done calculating? Shit, this won't work. I need to make a call. Why can't I dial out? Energy concentrations are too high. Probably, that's impacting signal transmission. Damn it. God damn it. Is there anywhere with better signal? Some other corridor? Sneaks up behind them. This is all falling into chaos. Energy transmission can't be halted. Just what is Kristen trying to do? Transmitter response is still growing stronger. It should be that the transmitter Professor Parvis turned is all aboard Hammer. So why is there such a strong reaction here too? Ugh, I have to. Is there a passage anywhere? I need to keep heading down. Silence. So you came. He chose this path to move forward. Whenever Parvis recruited for his places, he'd always tell me that the trait he most valued was a researcher's perseverance for progress. No wonder he graded you well. What could be on your mind right now, Kristen? So this is our destination? For the past while, I investigated several former Trimas locations surveyed by Rhinelab, until finally I found this place. And the reality was little removed from what I imagined. Kelsey gives a rock face besides her a few knocks. We're separated from the Horizon Arc Project shaft by only a few hundred meters. I'm afraid Kristen has the way laid out there too, should you want to go sightseeing. Cal, sit. Doctor, I presume you've gathered that there is much more driving Rhodes Island to intervene so actively in the Trimas affair, beyond simply who and what you've seen. What? Silence, Ifrit and Saria, Loken and Resmontes, even the Revenant calling himself Tin Man. All of them are simply ordinary people, far separated from the truth. With regards to the Rhinelab commotion and Kristen going out of control, the military and the Maylander Foundation are like weights once again placed on scales, trying to preserve the resemblance of a civilized nation. But none of that is what matters most. What should concern most. From the very beginning, Kristen has been brushing against something far beyond anyone's imaginations, and with that as a focus, has launched a charge against the sky. I worry her actions will bring unexpected things to bear upon Terra. My intent was to stop her before then, but we were one step too slow. On Terra today, interfering in such things is no longer easy. Civilization is much more expansive than I thought. There will come a day when people step far enough again. Isn't Krista just trying to break through the sky? Breakthrough. A neutral descriptor, but you still unconsciously believe that the sky is something that should have no limit. To any scholar across the land, all that happens high in the sky is unsolved natural phenomenon, just as catastrophes and the ocean are. They will puzzle, probe at its inner workings, use their knowledge and philosophies to dissect it all. They will research all the phenomena of the sky, never considering that the sky should not be this way. Ooh. Countless children have flown for it in their dreams, and they too quickly realize the sky is not something that can be freely soared through. Drones and vehicles' altitudes have been rigorously restricted, and the spreading of every foul beast's wings is constrained by instinct. This is the state of common sense upon this land. No one has ever questioned the rising of the sun and setting of the moon, and no one has ever questioned how it is all that all beings come to grow. But Kristen has steadfastly chosen not to believe, just as poets do not believe that dreams are fiction. I'm starting to wonder just what's ahead of us. Just promise me one thing, Doctor. No matter what it is you find next and think next, do not let it shake you. I am by your side. If you choose to, no, you won't. I trust the you that accompanied Amia and Rhodes Island to today, and I trust that you're prepared in your own way, despite how inescapably scarce our remaining time is. Wait. Fall back, Doctor. What I just said would take some explaining. What is going on, bro? You follow Cass's gaze far, to where a dangerous silver glint perches atop the rock. A woman clings to the stalactite wall with nothing but her tail, almost like she's floating in the air. Taking in the two of you with great amusement, you feel uneasy. It isn't Holhayak's sudden appearance before you, rather that you realize how Calcit, of prudence comparable to an automated machine, has made a mistake so rudimentary, even to you. Holhayak gently lands beside the two of you. Her mirthful smile draws scratches across your beating heart. The hell are you doing here? I thought you were more cautious than that, Rhodes Island physician. But to be fair, I'm surprised you two managed to find this place. Kristen never even told me its exact location. Kukulkan. Betraying the Maylander Foundation is tantamount to funeralizing your future in Colombia. What Kristen promised must be far more generous than what Maylander could give you. You and your clan chose a path of no return, and you're trying to find the source of your race's power from control and Loken's research. I advise you to stop, This is not a pursuit of the historical self. It is simply self-destruction. A vast time has elapsed in which the elders have lost their legendary powers, and now compared to the remaining ancient races, have no... Huh. Does that mean all elders had powers? Kalsid's speech is interrupted. Hoheak's tail has quietly pressed against your throat. Yes, there's a sort of pressure in your calm expression and tone of voice, Rek. One that makes you a database of a brain capable of turning words into weapons. But you know that sometimes speechcraft just doesn't work. The sarcophagus from Loken and the files Kristen got from who knows where are enough to round off this dream we've had for a long time. A dream filled to bursting with power and might. Look at this now. Look at me. My plumage, my flesh, my tail. Memory tells me how it's all begotten by my blood. A high blood by another name. The Kukulkan blood. I'm very strong, aren't I, Doctor? Well, look at her eyes. Can't deny it. Haha. I don't mind your composure one bit, but you see, if I felt like snapping your neck, then it wouldn't take much effort to do it. I remember it happening just like before. Without all that fanatical equipment, Kristen's hardly stronger than the average person, and I could have just as easily throttled her. But she's downplayed, minimized, rejected power. I don't really like the oddball scientist type, but she made me realize, outside of my lineage, what do I even have? It's a cruel irony. The words she says cling to you. She humiliated the calling and the memories I succeeded. I wanted so badly to return the favor. But she seemed so impossible to strike at. The placidity, like she'd gotten everything life had to offer. So placid, it made me envious. Made me want to claw myself apart. It shook me so badly. She won you over? What is it you want? I want to see how she ends, to guess her true intentions, to unearth her legacy, and then I'll snatch away every last thing that made up her mind when she ridiculed me. Maybe I'll find the answer just like that. Before I return to my longed for age of the Kukulkan's unrivaled dominance, I want to know, in our modern sense, what worth that has. What worth I have. That's what I, Hoheak, want to do. I hope you won't get in the way, Doctor. Dame Kalsid. Whew. Things are getting interesting. Between past and present.
よく休めましたか、ドクター。
Do that later. The mask must slip someday. Whoa. Funny face you got there. I think it's monster time. Let the doctor go. You can't go seek the things you want. You can go seek the things if you want. If that really will solve your misgivings. Mm-hmm. What, just like that? We pledge we will not respond in any way to your actions. With the way Sarya and the Tin Man act around you, I thought you were going to be the dangerous one. What's wrong? Is that really feebleness? Because you don't carry yourself like someone without the power to resist? I leave it to your imagination. But you can understand that I'm not going to sacrifice myself for the doctor's safety. So it seems. Well, I've burned my bridges with the Maylander Foundation. So the less enemies, the better. The better. Really. Kristen's plans are in motion already. I'd say we're short on free time too. We'll leave it there then, before the district starts responding adversely. It's monster time. Oh, he's alive. What? Ah, quite right. It won't do for the district to be in true naked danger. We need to accelerate our gain of the situation. And given you betrayed the Maylander Foundation, we really shouldn't let outsiders settle this for us. That means you, damn it, Cusset. You're not that stupid. You indulged Hoheyak intentionally, looking to seize your moment to act. Oh, so you guess I'll pursue our traitor. How nostalgic. To be exploited by the dame once again. Intentional indulgence is given too much credit. The agent we assigned to be by Kristen's side defected one after another. I couldn't help but start doubting myself. And introspection is the thing that takes good time. As for the lives of you two, madame, haven't you been too careless? If you unleashed your jet black vessel, surely restraining her wouldn't have been difficult. This is not a place in which I can use my weapon, or any weapon. We are already on top of it. That statement of yours is enough to draw considerable attention from the Maylander Foundation, damn it, Cusset. Unless you're mystifying us on purpose. Honestly, what a surprise, Tin Man. How many bodies do you have? Didn't I toss your poor middle skull in the trash at Loken's? Are you letting me go this time? Or is this the deal? I'll kill you again, and then the Maylander Foundation lets me walk free. We'll talk again in a bit, traitor. Ooh. I really wonder what kind of sarcasm he was. Has my vision gone dark? He did something to my eyes. No, it's something mental. I can't move my limbs. It seems arts still work here. Originium arts are not within the scope of the weaponry sensors. Furthermore, even the full powers of a revenant would be unable to damage their critical components in the slightest. Then what about the Originium bomb and arts units in my pockets? Too primitive. But these are state-of-the-art Colombian technology. They could get us buried in the deep of this land with ease. So anything else you haven't told the Maylander Foundation? Are we not able to come together on this? Not even with my being a Colombian or a Sarkaz? All throughout, I have only wanted the doctor alone to reach this place. The control of Rhinelab was a mishap in that respect. Me? Regretfully, you don't make the rules here. Beyond my duty to the Maylander Foundation, I have a heavy interest in this ancient, ancestral home of a land. There may be leads on Kazdo in there. I'm afraid I won't so easily. Speaking, yes, Hoheyak has been apprehended via arts. She's ready to... What? The president himself. Ha. Looks like your arts aren't all that secure, my dear employer. Oh, it seems I've underestimated Hoheyak. Roger that. I will of course obey. See you later. Isn't it strange, how you can break free of such witchcraft by brute force? Your average campaign night a century ago would have been frozen to the spot. That voice just now, it was a sarcasm witchcraft? You, what race even are you? I ran my cheeks. Always race on the mind, Hoheyak. You really are pitiful. What puzzles me more, honestly, I mean, look at me, at the way I am. How could you take me for some ordinary person, killed by tossing his head away? Yes, you have a point. So could you put yourself back together if I cursed you? I'll deal with Hoheyak. You two go on ahead. The president has given me personal orders to unconditionally assist this Rhodes Island party to get these coordinates. How very strange. I wonder when he got such a clear grasp of things. Interesting. So what of you as a Sarkaz? The young Sarkaz detest you, and lovingly respect you too, for a great many reasons. But as I see it, your fight for the Sarkaz will go on longer still. And of course, it will merely be so. Now hurry up. When later comes, I hope you'll tell me everything you're willing to. I promise that to you. Let's go, Doctor. I'm impressed how easily you give up on your greed. Doesn't the truth matter to you? Don't you want to follow them down there and take in that ancient ancestral home of yours? growing attached to your mission target on a mission, and then betraying your country with intent to misappropriate vital technology without scruple. Not educating my subordinates properly is my disgrace. Your damages to my body cannot roost anger in me, not in the midst of my excessively long time undisturbed. But as your boss and authority of the Maylander Foundation, I suggest you hand yourself in and try to plead a lenient sentence. Ugh, you old monster. How much have you lost over the course of your life? Does the idea of duty really still do something for you? I once used quite the amounts of arts as a means to avert the trauma too long a time would inflict on my soul, and it wasn't entirely effective. If you look purely at results, I'm a very conscientious one. Death will attest to that in my place. No, I'll defeat you. I'll get everything I want. I'll prove it on my own self, and if that means I have to kill you, kill everyone in the Maylander Foundation, and even be killed by you, then I'll give each and every bit of it my shot. Heh, so this is how fighting for yourself makes your blood pound. Why did I ever put restoring my old blood first? How many generations worth of memories have you inherited, Holhayak? 3 centuries? Or no, maybe 5? It's long enough. Long enough for a city to be rebuilt anew and destroyed again, or for a dynasty to go from rise to decline. But to me, it is no more than the time needed to rouse myself from a nightmare. Big words for you. No, the reality is, your stretch of distress and your heart-trending family history wouldn't stand up to the tale of a single scratch on my alloy fingers, young beast cub. Holhayak feels her heart stop for an instant. Her sight blacks out again. With experience, she quickly abandons her vision and attempts to wrap her body in arts to extend her limbs' sense of touch. Even among Maylander's seasoned agents, she was eminently gifted. The Kukulkan's memories were not solely a burden. They were her natural-born They make her a natural-born, highly veteran warrior. Every part of her body is a lethal weapon. The clarity of her mind has no equal, and her arts would redefine guile itself. But this time, Holhayak begins to feel a hint of fear creeping up. A prickling, sinking feeling that starts from her eardrums and bores into her brain. She covers her ears in pain, despite the pure silence about her. The cavern scenery begins to change, a deeper darkness diffusing out from beneath the Tin Man's feet. Whoa. Given you want to delve into history, I'll have to share a little more of it with you. Holhayak can feel it, her cheeks abraded by coarse sandstorms. Her shoulders give a faint shudder as if bearing some colossal mass. You made too much light of the weight of history, Kukulkan. You've yet to understand what it means for a memory to be graven. Ooh. Tin Man don't fuck around. You said you knew how to pilot this thing. Hold on tight. I'm trying the hardest I can, Ferdinand. If I wasn't, we would be dead. Sorry, I checked the window. The engine is on fire. Power loss. No huge concern. The thing looks ready to explode. What do you mean, no huge concern? I had no idea you could be so conversational. Huh, there's no end to these drones. Ferdinand, get over here. Grip onto this bar. No letting it go. Push it up. See these dials? Wait until they pass this line. Then call for me. What are you? Strap in. Don't let your hands leave that thing. I'm opening the hatch and heading out one moment. Opening the hatch? What do you mean, heading out? In midair? Saria. This whole thing's shaking. Damn it. I knew I should have called my lawyer before I got on board. Think you can afford the lawyer without a job? Stay calm. Watch the dials. Period. What the hell are you doing? I think it's on the verge of haywire. There have been lights flashing. Saria, are you done yet? I'll take the controls. Let go of the bar. Let go of the bar, Ferdinand. Did the firefight die down? What did you do? I haven't seen you looking like that for years. The pulse device was reverse engineered from Raytheon Industries tech. I was intending for it to hijack transport drones. I didn't expect this time will come now. Ha ha ha. Status check. Prepare to dock. Under Sarya's control, the cabin doors opens up. Pierce gale of winds and ice cold air pouring straight into the aircraft. I should have worn a few more layers. Put on your mask. It'll make that a little bit easier for you. Oh, cool. If I'm honest, I thought you jumped straight out like some down on her lucker and leave a fresh hole in the lab ceiling. But like an academic, you post the drones first to stop them nearing this craft, and then completed a proficient matter docking. Nasty was malicious in building this lab. I don't think she would have zero precautions against me. Besides which, I couldn't guarantee you would withstand atmospheric pressure at this altitude. It looks like you have been studying since you left the fence. What have you been doing all these years? Work. Huh, work. Don't undo your seatbelt, Ferdinand. If you want to pull Ryan Lab back from the brink, then show me how you do it. I'm not your section underling, Saria, and you're not Defense's director anymore. Don't talk to me that way. Can you stand? Yes, I'm fine. Well, you'll have to keep me steady. Bro, you ain't fine. This ascension is bizarre. Are we really in midair? The star part is practically on top of our heads. We're still far, Ferdinand. The aircraft read 5,037 meters on the dial just now. The barrier is still another kilometer from where we are. You don't seem moved at all. Huh, I suppose so. Learning to pilot in your college days. The army still thinks this is some kind of super weapon. This equipment, these monitor devices and readouts. Nasty built this to be the best lab in all of Trimounts. Or perhaps this was just the first step of some grand experiment? That devil. Just how much did she hide from me? I never thought her participation went that deep. Hold on, Sario. I see a military transporter. They got here faster than we anticipated. They must be nearby. I assume they'll finish boarding before long. We need to hurry before they take over this place fully. Saria? The man twists his head around, and Spicy ex-director of defense sections has already headed deep down the Torador corridor. Toradial? Toradial corridor? Alright. Once I get back, I'm having a nice long talk with Jara. Preferably to double my stock options. You follow in Calcit's steps. You've rarely seen her this solemn. You begin secretly to take stock of her as you walk behind her. You realize you've barely ever had a chance to see Calcit in such quiet. Your perturbance begins to turn to tension. To your recollection, Calcit is only unsettled or restless once in 2 blue moons, and each time the aftermath has needed absolutely no description. You move to open your mouth to say something, just anything. What's wrong with Monster? Doctor. Perhaps I have slightly lost my composure, but it is for other reasons. I can be sure it's not that dangerous ahead of us. You can relax. That said, you've asked me a great many questions in the past, which I've never answered for you straight. Ooh, today you may well finally have your answers. What's ahead? All these? It was as early as Saria first contacted me on the mention of Kristen that I didn't visage her going to any lengths to accomplish this. Brashly attempting the space flight carries risk nobody can anticipate, though Saria didn't yet know the full extent. Not until the events in Trimounts, until operated Telopsis and Silence were drawn into a seemingly unrelated incident. Yet no matter when, even when I surmised she was trying to re-challenge the skies, I admit, I had no anticipation the situation would be what it is today. Without things having unfolded, without personally witnessing the shaft's scope and scale, Hammer's ascent, and the research Logan Williams is now attempting. It was soon after, with hindsight, that I realized that what Reinab controlled Kristen Wright is impossible to achieve. Some outside force assisted her, massively influenced her. Borrowing military funds and connections, continuing the research her parents left behind, the young genius has used Reinab as a shell to deceive everyone, and point herself directly at her one greatest, most obstinate hope in life. She plans to shred the sky. I guessed as much, but then what? She's doing it solely to witness the truth of it, to make all mankind witness the truth of it. And what happens after? A brand new perspective of flourishing science, the moment when the sky becomes possibility itself, and even the very upheaval of how war is fought. People could reach other cities in a tenth of the time. Air vehicles, once a valuable rarity, could become typical transport means overnight. But Kristen has chosen to leave all this to the coming generations. She's never considered this from the angle of benefit, be it how she personally stands to gain, or how everyone does. Even the potential crisis invited have gone ignored by her. Is there one more possibility that Kristen, who lost her parents at a young age and grew up amid skepticism and derision, is out just to prove this one truth to people and nothing more? Regardless of anything, Saria and I have both been a step behind. Given Terra's current Originium technology, tearing the sky apart would require the sum electricity of all of Terra over an interminably long period. Damn. And this is purely a mathematical comparison. Nobody could ever converge so much energy on one point, let alone have the means to usefully output it towards the sky. But in the core city of Chernobyl, a great many things have happened, all revolving around the sarcophagus. Do you still remember? I could never forget. At that point, years of shallow research was sufficient to draw a relatively impressive amount of energy from the sarcophagus, and now, the energy is enough to realize Kristen's deranged vision. At least she hasn't chosen to share this information with the military or the Maylander Foundation. Such a material edge would make the state apparatus lose its mind, and certainly suffice to propel it into a rapid new hegemony. These sarcophagi. What is going on? Doctor, remember what I said. If you can, for the next while, call to mind your past with Rhodes Island. Do not be rattled. A violent light sweeps over your body. You feel a shred of familiarity impossible to process. With no warning, out of all the things before you right now, you recall that scene. That scene you've never once forgotten up to this day. The sarcophagus, a cold, frigid light. Amiya grips your hand. You remember nothing. You're drawn into the maelstrom of Chernobyl. It is the start of everything. So much time has passed, but some sentiment even longer lived than that fills the dense haze of your memories. It stirs in you grief and reminiscence and discomfort. It is part of you, yet you reject it with all you can. You strive to settle down your psyche. Faced with this quiet noise and dazzling darkness, this indescribable yet infinitesimally brief moment, your vision returns. Whoa, what is that? That looks like a giant eyeball. You narrowly avoid a gasp of surprise. But this unknown structure has preempted you, and the sounds of resuscitation echo through the vast hall. Unknown language, unfathomable. That after such such length of time, I would lay eyes again on a colleague and an attendant. Truly far too unfathomable. Why can't I understand your language? Who are you? Who am I? Who am I? Why would you use Terran language? Are you not aware of my existence? What happened to you? Answer me on that one's behalf, attendant. AMA 10? That's Calcit. Oh, it's just gonna cut off the. Okay. I see you. What the hell? Okay. How do I do this?
Can your eyes keep up?
I don't like this ball.
Any instructions for losing sight?
Really, Shen?
Any instructions? Losing sight?
もう後悔の余地はありません。泣き叫べ。その脆い
Oh,
信
jeez.
念のもとで。
Oh, that was a foul.
チームの消耗を考慮すれば即時撤退以外に選択の余地はない。
This is their dad? It looks like it. It looks just like them.
그들이 무기로 나를 상처 입힐 때 뭘 느낄까?
Any instructions? Feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
Don't keep me better master staff.
Any instructions? Feel like a shooting star. That's what they say. 大家切住喽！
Don't keep me waiting.
咦呀！
Oh, I can't place no one there. Fuck.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
英雄たちよ、この揺るぎなき信念をたたえ、我らに組みせよ。
Feels fresh every time when someone gives me orders. Any instructions for me?
命令を動き回るな。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろう。
I know what I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
한신은 분명 괜찮을 테니까.
私の戦争兵器は必ずや
Oh shit.
あなた様の望みを満たすでしょう。
大家切住喽！
Don't. I will sink your corpse into shadow.
I need that attack.
No one will find it.
ご命令、弦の振動を感じて。
震え上がる真の勇敢さを前に。
弦の振動を感じて。
무서워하지 마, 동포들. 금방 도착할 테니까. 来い。
Okay, that's a lot of guys. Jesus.
英雄たちよ、この揺るぎなき信念をたたえ。
Come on, let's pick up the pace. Feels fresh every time when
分かった。目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
ここにひざまずくのです。
feels fresh every time when someone gives
しかして人こそが最後の兵器なのです。
泣き叫べ、その脆いし。
何を得られるというのでしょうか。
Okay.
I'm listening. listening.
Fortunately, I had one leak, but I'll get to that later. I'm way too invested on the
I know
what's going on right now.
has your step.
I should use these balls more. I order you to answer be attendant. Attendant? Doctor is an amnesiac. The doctor is not one among those you recognize. Not anymore. The doctor is now one of Terra, one of Rhodes Island. And we have experienced a great deal together, up to this very day. Rhodes Island? Rhodes Island? I see. Fine then, amnesiac. So why did you not relay everything once again to this doctor? Ah, I see now. You've always had your doubts about this doctor's true nature. You'd rather trust one relearning about the world, when the alternative is to recover a stretch of memories you deem unreliable. Yes, quite understandable. None of what's happened on the ground can be forgery. And if there had been sufficient intervention, Terra wouldn't be in the state it is now. It seems not a thing has gone as we hoped. Even if you'd remember that, Doctor. What a rare chance this is, to meet the two of you here, yet under these conditions. Huh. Well then, Doctor, the amnesiac, and AMA 10 claiming the name Calcit, what did you come here for? Has Kristen put nerves in you? Has all this flown beyond your grasp? So they know Kristen? I am a device personality simulation. For tens of thousands of years, I have guarded this dark hall and the ice-cold bodies of hundreds of thousands of our people. I once was our last hope, a pessimistic attempt, a synonym for nihilism. But right now, perhaps to you, insignificantly minuscule too, I am the accessory to and the invisible hand behind Kristen's mad plan. I am the preserver with a foot in the grave. Revere all that lies before you. I am the dying of civilization itself. What the fuck? Huh. Position correct. Transmitter response extremely strong. Director Jara, why are you here? You made it here by my blessing. Such is life. You came to stop me. You haven't let go of that weapon I gave you. I'm delighted. It doesn't seem like you're here on some hot-headed impulse either. Correct. This is your very last chance, child. Withdraw or continue. I will learn to be a warrior you described, Director Jara. Silence. You're fully aware that Kristen is not about to target any town on the land with Hammer's received energy. You have no need to stop her. Like any scientist would, she is prepared to go where none has set foot before, and that's all. Perhaps so, Director Jara. I certainly don't know how control like you do, but if you say so, I am willing to believe you. I'm willing to believe it. However, I will continue to attempt to bring a stop to all this, and I will make no exception, even if you're the one that stands in my way. Why? Because whatever this experiment is, if Control freely conducts it and succeeds in it, and this being the control of Rhine Lab, we all know, whether out of emotional confidence or rational judgment, that she is very likely to succeed. What do you think the researchers of Columbia are going to see in her? After holding your job in Rhine Lab Human Resources Investigation for so long, you will know the people here inside and out. A hero. Kristen will become a hero and an idol throughout all of Columbian science. Yes, she will become the scientist's paragon, the benchmark of a researcher. And then, the floodgates will open forever. Will be open forever. Item after item, project after project, researchers will be in perpetual delight. But, Director Jara, only she is Kristen Wright. Only her. And the others? The ones bragging about themselves as geniuses and leaders? The ones inspired by this pioneer spirit by any means necessary? The ones who will put their own obsessions and ideals into practice, all without the slightest apprehension? The greedy, the egotistical, the overreaching, the stubborn, the ones like us. If they take the conduct of Rylap's control to be a virtue, then that is a future I am sure you can imagine the shape of. Perhaps we don't even need to imagine. With the research you yourself conducted on Rylap, you've never been in the dark. I know very well, Silence. I know very well how much of that kind of thing has happened. And it's happening inside Triamets. No, within the border of Colombia. There have been plenty of insane and alluring projects placed before me. Their own starry-eyed, their smiles sincere. They wholeheartedly believe they serve pure science. They're the pioneers of the wilds that we know. But all you and your colleagues have to do is evaluate whether inside their experimental plans, their grand blueprints, there lies even the off chance they might incur the slightest cost or waste. Cost. Sometimes it comes in the form of a fertile field, and sometimes it's some number of terminal patients or death row inmates. Sometimes it's a village or town, and sometimes it's a specific race or even nation. And as I see it, sometimes it's their own selves too. Are you scared of that, Director Jara? Or do the possibilities for science's forward progress excite even you to no end? Director Jara, never upon this earth had there existed a specimen of pure science in a glass bell. Science lies in our hands, in the people's hands. You have to know its temperature, its weight, whether it burns people, whether it brings suffering or it will console. Those people forever claim that they're the way forward, but all they do is set foot with wild abandon in whichever direction they wish to. But Silence, that is what progress is. Nobody knows where that path lies. This is the walk they must take. The fortune will find the right place and enter the light. The misfortune will run into dead ends and spin in circles, but there's no way you can make them stop. You're a researcher yourself. You know what's most unstoppable of all. It is craving. Matter can't bind it. Morality can't bind it. The rules can't bind it all the same. Across this land, all throughout history, before Kristen, there were those greedy, egotistical, overreaching, stubborn people you speak of. And when did they ever stop? And so from now on, they must stop. At the very least, they must stop before stooping to see just what sits beneath their feet. Director Jara, I feel science's fuel should not derive from cravings and ideals, nor should it come from calculations and choices. Science is a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Silence, you said something very beautiful, fit to be hung in the corridors of University Library of A. I'm afraid not one researcher is willing to see that quote on their walls of their lab. It is lip service, and so I will make it practice, Director Jara. I don't want to give up midway, and I still have your blessing. Silence, Kristen has spent a very long time readying this plan. I don't know how much she's poured into it, but her determination can't be any less than her parents' was. You're fine. This isn't you. It's me. I can't even watch this. I don't want it all to melt into thin air again. In which case, Director Jara, what is it exactly you hope for? To see Kristen succeed, or to bring her back safe and sound? I know a researcher who goes by Ruby. Her greatest wish is to clock out on time and retire without hassle. I just ran across a soldier. I imagine his only wish right now is to get out of this out-of-control shaft without incident, and then flee the clutches of Trimounts and his scientific loons together with his family. Is Control's wish any more lofty compared to theirs? Because the thing she wants makes sufficient progress? Or is it simply because the feelings between you and her are sufficiently close? Director Jara, you know this isn't fair. You can't be this selfish. I am the selfish. I can't use morality and justice to fool myself in order to let you pass. We must concede what emotions weigh. Kristen has this dream. I can't just stand here and fold my arms. Silence, you would understand this, wouldn't you? But if we can self-control, she could very well still. She won't. She won't, child. I know full well. When she sets this project into motion, she never planned to return. Since I can go even, since we first met, there has been no taking back any of this. Silence, it makes me very happy that you could stand in my way here. I can even say that I support your viewpoint. But as Kristen's family, I still won't let you through. Go on and show me. Are you really prepared to bear every word you've said? What you face from here on is more than a single Parvis or a lone Kristen. What you face is every person that attempts to forge forward. I will. I must be ready. I promise you this. A scientist must press forth, and is bound to press forth. Perhaps some, like control, will be more proficient at the forward portion. But there must be someone to step up and ensure that science remains in the people's hands. Preserver. I never thought it would truly be you. But if it is, then how can you be aiding in a little animal's mad schemes? Or witnessing a young civilization take its first step beyond the cradle? You came too late, Doctor. My wait has lost all meaning. I need more explanation. It's you helping Kristen. She used some means to get in contact with you. Terra's history, civilizations, languages, races, technological attainments. I have come to know it all through Columbia's networks. Hilariously, modern surface information transmission isn't even able to cover the globe. But your methods of mutually assured destruction happen to have evolved with competent efficiency. Terra's methods are too primal and reliant on originium, and with such conversion rates, realizing Chris's attempt, the energy source required would be outlandish. It's near to impossible that Terra could have the technology to solve this enigma, save for... Correct. I gave her the last of my blood. May as well supply a new heart than watch her, over a dying light, perhaps. You actually, honestly... Why do you not regret it? All your efforts over such an immense amount of time, all gone to waste. Yes, gone to waste. I shut the project down personally. The orders were input by myself. It's a decision I cannot under any circumstances regret. It'll be soon now, very soon. I wonder what it is, like a machine or something? A giant tremor ripples out from somewhere far away. The lights within this subterranean space gives a few flickers. This being, calling itself the Preserver, falls silent for a while, and then seems to let out a deep breath. What's going on? It's only an infant's curious glance, yet what obstructions it is tasked to overcome. So basically I think it's saying that it wants to see a new future rather than see this like Terra die out. Or rather. That Rose Island Corporation has trained you well. Can you still lift your arms? I'm fine. What about yours? Relax. I buy my health insurance. Are we going to keep doing this? You're still going to block my way? Yes. Alright, let's keep at it. Wait, something's not right. The temperature. Even if the shaft's preparing to fire, the temperature here shouldn't have risen this high. Oh, the music. The army has cut off practically every power source in an effort to stop it charging, including every security alarm and control system. Those morons. Quick, we have to get out of here. There's still some troops stationed up above, Director Jara. I'm counting on you to get them away. Where are you headed? Power to the control systems has been cut. Why does Control still have remote operation of this place? Transmitter response is still strengthening. I still have a chance. Silence. A heat wave washes with a burn past Jara's face. The Liberty researcher she'd never paid particular mind to before now continues straight inward, running deeper into the shaft's layers. Jara is suddenly struck by a feeling that there is nothing, not one thing, that could get in the silhouette's way. Perhaps she really can't make good on what she promised herself. She imagined to come in that time, then maybe she can be of little help. Looks like the prep work of the emitter has wrapped up. Science is a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Ha, I'm no scientist. Kristen, you'll fly for outer space. Just like you've been dreaming of. I'm sure of it. Nasty. Nasty. Couldn't you choose someplace with a better view? At what point can you finally stop ragging on me? When I went to observe in Nathaniel, I once saw a local fireworks show. They invited the best composers just to write the occasion. As the first firework went off, all the musicians started playing in unison. That, my, was a scene of beauty. Your figure of speech are too deficient. The Fenians wouldn't like you. True and true. But still, we're here today in Trimount seeing a sight that glitters just as gold. A ring floating in the air. Drone bullets drawing out raindrops of pure light. Splashes of sparks off armor plating. Just as good as a fireworks show. Looking at the clock, it's about time for the climax of the performance. Here comes the thrilling staring sforzando. Whoa. There he goes. It's prettier than I imagined. Right about to be charging all the city-siders enjoying the show. It's a success. Hammers, materials, and structures have withstood the shock from the energy beam for the time being. Next comes the charging and focus phase, as long as we collect the readings from such high pressure conditions. I'm afraid at this point, the army and their guys grabbed their last chance to stop it from fully focusing. I'm getting like... Are you worried about control? Like she ever needed us to worry. We're going the same way, and that's how we are. We can only play our own parts as well, and then pray she's lucky. If one day, Castle 2 hangs from the firmament, then I'll engrave your name into my stoves. Oh, that shook me up a bit. I want to restart this real quick. Oh, that's crazy. How far we've come. Oh, I should bring another shifter.
Can your eyes keep up?
Picked out your bait yet?
Any instructions from losing sight?
한신해. 분명 괜찮을 테니까. 必要ありません.
I know what to do. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
治療開始.
Don't keep me waiting.
泣き叫べ。その脆い信念のもとで。
Any instruction feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
無相和島동포들 금방 도착할 테니까.
私の戦争兵器は必ずやあなた様の望みを満たすでしょう。
泣き叫べ。その脆い信念のもとで。呢度係陳。冇逼我。
Any instruction feels bad to lose your
That-
target, doesn't it? Feels fresh every time when someone gives me
Shit.
orders. 初期化。Feels fresh every time when someone gives me. 大家圈住喽！就算是电影明星，那也是有真功夫嘞。
Oh, those things push it back. Okay, I see.
練習復習終わったのです。演習男子を振り折って戦うことで何を得られるというのでしょうか。 遠視復讐終わったのです。竜ス復讐終わったのです。
Alright.
獲物を見つけました。
遠視これらの兵器がいかにして誕生。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて、弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。ご命令。弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。どの矢を。ゲギは3つの選択が。ゲギは3つの選択が。敵。
戦うことで何を得られるというのでしょう。
封印が指先。弦の振動は封印が指先に集まる。
There you go.
这就没得啦，我人生还没做完的嘛。
Love and hatred, all part of life on this land. Should probably bring another shifter. Ah, whatever. Once upon the land, there was no meaning in looking up. There was nothing worth looking at up there. Nothing worth exploring. That place was a domain of those who indulge in fantasies, those with their heads in their clouds. But now each and every person lifts their head, looking up at the beam of light, connecting heaven and earth, looking up at the once untouchable sky. Man, there's been so many CGs. Look at that. Among the stars, within the artificial constructs that appeared so small before the torrent of light, bruised the human ambition of this current epoch. Kristen, sure enough, you set this planet into motion a long time ago. Everything you did for the DoD was a fancy show. Ha! What's the principle behind all this? The efficiency and stability of this high energy confinement field. I've never heard of anything like that before. If I recall correctly, you boasted that you were the foremost expert in high energy physics when you joined Ryan. One of the foremost experts. My god. You should thank your lucky stars, Saria, that there's nobody like Kristen in your field. It's just not fair. And yet she doesn't even bother to publish these results. The hammer is currently charging. According to the Military Horizon Arc project, once the charging phase is complete, all of this energy will be focused and undergo excitation the second time to deliver powerful wide area strikes. Sure, how much longer will it take? Kristen turned the project dossier into scrap paper. All I can say is, it won't be long now. This is our last chance to stop it. As well as our last chance to stop her. What are you still standing around slack jaw for, Ferdinand? Time isn't in our side. Sorry, I'll take a look at this densitometer over there. The needle seems to be fluctuating a lot. No, I'm not talking about the needle. The wobbling is a normal phenomenon of high energy confinement fields. I'm talking about the unit of measurement. You can take a guess how many times larger this unit is than the one on the instruments in my lab. The energy it absorbed just now is enough to power every single one of Columbia's nomadic cities for at least 6 months. And it's showing no signs of stopping. And we're now in the center of the laboratory carrying this tremendous amounts of energy. Even if Nasty is a genius, she can't create a receptacle that stores energy in amounts beyond the realm of cognition. In other words, no matter what direction it ultimately focuses the energy in, once the second degree excitation begins, this lab won't be safe from the consequences. Her end goal has never changed. If her ultimate goal is the sky, then the sky can only be contested with this amount of energy. And the sky can only be contested with this amount of energy. What exactly is up there? Shit, I wonder that too. That's none of my concern. All I know is this is a reckless experiment. And it's doomed to fail. The false sky of Terra. Saria, there's nothing stopping you from packing your bags, finding a nice hillside with a great view, and enjoying a drink while you watch this fireworks show that may go down in the annals of Colombian history. That isn't going to happen. What about you? You were never the risk-taking type. Me? Looks like my old friends are coming, and they'll be here sooner than expected. You're right though. I'm not taking any chances. The technical manual has the location of the escape pod, and I know where it is. I'm not particularly interested in seeing the one who fired me, and it's not like you need my help. An opportunity to document high-energy physics phenomenon of this magnitude is rare, and I don't intend to pass it up. Maybe you'll see a new paper from me in the journals next quarter. I promised. It'll be era-defining. Unlike Kristen, I don't tie all my intellect to my personal grievances. The fact that she's consigning all this knowledge to the grave, knowledge that could transform Terra's entire academic landscape, that's something I can't abide. Do what you need to do, Saria. We don't have much time. Stay safe. Ferdinand, it's been a while, Colonel. I'm not surprised you survived, but if I were in your shoes, I'd pretend to be dead. Get the hell out of Dodge. Go to Victoria or Lithuanian. With your skills, you can always pick up a teaching job. I didn't expect to hear those words coming from you. Let me say this one more time, Ferdinand. It's over. I've already spoken with the Vice President. The DoD's defeat is absolute. As for whether or not this whole situation can be salvaged, or who controls my fate, I actually don't care that much anymore. Let's save some dignity for each other, Ferdinand. Get out of here, and I'll save a crossbow bolt for myself. Huh? What was that? Sorry, my mind wandered for a second there. Also, you're blocking the radio meter display. He's planning to shoot himself? The shaft here runs a lot deeper than I expected. I'm afraid the military simply failed to fully understand its structure. Right here. It's where the transmitter's response is the strongest. You. What are you doing here, Silence? Professor Parvis. Silence. The location of this lab is supposed to be top secret. How did you manage to find your way here? Silence tries hard to open her eyes wide, discerning the things in the room. In the corner of the room, an instrument is humming as if breathing. A transmitter sits in a transparent tank, bobbing up and down. Across the room are several books with black covers. As if sensing Silence's presence, the transmitter increases its activity. A strong wave of dizziness makes Silence furrow her brow and shake her head a few times. Ah, that's right. You have your own transmitter. These reactive tendencies. You injected yourself with a transmitter? Though, I'm not surprised. Does it cause you occasional discomfort? An entirely normal response. I also have it inside my body. It can be quite overwhelming for an old man like myself, but it shouldn't be a problem for you youth. Still, this is the only way to control the reaction process. Don't worry, once this experiment is over, the long-distance intertwining properties of this batch of transmitter will be lost, and they won't affect the long-term health of the injected. What experiment? You're conducting an experiment here? Silence. Did you hurt your hand? Does it get in your way of your work? I'm fine. Then I won't ask any more questions. Now is the most critical moment. That you found your way here might just be the help I've needed. I was just complaining how much easier the data processing will be if you were here. Lately Actually, never mind. Tell me, what kind of experiment are you running? There has only ever been one area of research I've fully dedicated my energy to. Chimerism. Precisely. This is the last question to be answered in Chimera research. But this is... Professor, What are all these documents? The text on these seem quite evil, right? This is an ancient Sarkas tome that records the history of a certain ethnic branch. That Sarkas branch not only enjoys long lifespans, but can even transcend the shackles of physical form and exist in the world in a purely spiritual state. Whoa. They have been dubbed the Revenants. Oh. Does that explain Tin Man? Huh. They have been dubbed the Revenants. The pronunciation can be a bit esoteric, but I'm sure you'll be able to find some records in Victorian. Silence. Have you ever considered what chimerism does at the level of the soul? A soul chimera? These revenants, the so-called soul in ancient Originium arts and Sarkas witchcraft, are they produced a posteriori? Are you trying to create an artificial consciousness? You've always been my finest student. This is something I've been working on for decades, to little avail. That is until Ferdinand told me that he and Dorothy had jointly produced this particular transmitter. You can't begin to imagine how excited I was, Silence. I was absolutely sure that the properties of the transmitter were sufficient to form the soil from which artificial consciousness could be born. However, in this land, disturbances will always exist no matter how sophisticated the lab is. These disturbances have plagued me for the longest time. There are so many possibilities. Perhaps the energy used to excite the transmitter was insufficient. Perhaps the laboratory was not sealed off enough. Perhaps Originium interferes with the generation and aggregation of consciousness. But none of that matters anymore. All mysteries will finally be unraveled today. This will be my final research project. The most optimal research environment is about to take shape. Professor Parvis, you were responsible for using the transmitter to solve Arc 1's accuracy control problem. This is the new transmitter core. Kristen wanted to do something she saw as taking risk. She thought her work to be meaningful. I hate to be critical of my peers' efforts, but let's be honest. We researchers have been cowards for far too long. Mediocrity, boredom, risk aversion, indecisiveness, silence. Those of us with the knowledge and ability have to do more than just explore or progress. We carry science upon our shoulders, are commanded by it, are driven by it. It requires us to take responsibilities that only a strong soul can endure. Usher in a new era. Usher in a new era. Silence. You deserve to be here with me to witness this crowning achievement. Soon, very soon now, the dark ages of mediocrity will come to an end, and the pantheon of science must return. You're shaking all over. I've rarely seen you like this. Is that so? Perhaps the transmitter's reaction is getting a bit too intense. Maybe I really am getting too old. I'm sure you can relate with me, Silence. Yes, I can. I can see you've really been looking forward to this moment. Of course. And there's one thing I have to make clear. I will destroy this transmitter core. What? I mean, I'm putting a stop to everything that's happening here. Whether it's Control's plan or just your personal ambitions, all of this has to be re-examined. That's what I'm here for. That girl shook your allegiance to science, but I've always believed that you had the makings of a researcher. And as such, I never really blamed you. But this time, whether or not this is some ridiculous joke, I'm not going to stand for it. I'll have you apologize to me, Silence. I won't take back a single word I said, Professor. I don't think I've done anything wrong, be it back then or now. What you people are really after is wanton power. That's absurd. You couldn't be more wrong, Silence. That's right. Say what you will about me craving power, because I know what kind of research is important, and what kind of research can shape the future. What, are you going to regurgitate that old platitude about science belonging to the masses? No. Let me tell you, Silence. The science belongs to the Ubermenschen, the Supermen. The mediocre can go elect their politician and kiss the feet of their betters. But only science is above their meddling. What about you then? Are you part of the Ubermenschen you aspire to? Aye. That ship has already sailed for me. But if the consciousness I create is rational enough, grand enough, then it can It can't, Professor. If you don't even have faith in humanity, what makes you think that this nascent consciousness can supersede everything? You don't understand. You've poured your heart and soul into the field of chimeric research, attempting to time after time to craft powerful creations through bioengineering. Is that all because you can't run from your own weakness? Me? Silence. I won't allow you to throw baseless speculation around like that. This is my last hope to break free from mediocrity. I really like Silence's character development. I didn't expect to see you here, my former defense colleagues. That's right, Director Saria, former colleagues. We are now employees of Components Control Section. Components Control. You aren't allowed past this point. You're doing a better job than last time. I appreciate the sentiment. You all know what Christmas is trying to do, and all this accomplishes is, I don't know, and I don't particularly care. You know my ID number from Ryan, Saria. 011. That was before Jara came. Kristen and I interviewed you, James. Back then, I had offers from other companies, including Volvork, Kaczynski, and Beachbrella, but I didn't give them a second thought. Because I always believed in you and Kristen. I believed you two were different from the rest of them. That was just your ego speaking, James. This whole place is about to crash. I recommend you hurry up and grab an escape pod. I'll wait here until the moment we crash. But before that, I want to see something spectacular, Saria. Nancy described it to us. Saria notices the entire corridor shifting. Is that... Whoa. I've never seen the land from this high up before. The hammer has begun altitude adjustment. Out of the way, there's no time. Damn it, what's going on? This blasted thing spinning? If I had to guess, this would be the altitude adjustment mentioned in the technical manual, which is the step right before the secondary excitation. Sir, do you need my help? What are these doors in the corridor shut? Where's Ferdinand? He slipped away just now. Go after him. Are there no defense systems here other than the partition doors in the corridor? If I had any say in it, this place will be stuffed full of power armor. Freeze, Ferdinand. Got you. I need you to leave me alone, Colonel. Every minute here is precious, and dealing with you would waste all my energy. I thought we were peas in the pod, Ferdinand. Sober rationalists who would weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. Looks like I had the wrong read on you. Come with us. The mean excitation reading is 1.22. A constant should be introduced here to renormalize the entire formula. What the hell are you talking about? I'm laughing at you, Blake. Oh, cool. I'm laughing at how pathetic you are. Your power, your medals, your rank in the DoD. You never lost sight of those. But now, we're standing at an altitude that few have ever touched, surrounded on all sides by scientific miracles. Just by reaching our hands out, we're on this cusp of plucking new formula from these instruments. Take a good look here. Here, all the honors and accolades you've clung to are so small, so insignificant. And what about your Rhine lab, Ferdinand? Haven't you been fixated on that? Let me make a correction. I've been fixated on what Rhine lab represents. Rhine lab is my toolbox, my ladder, my arm, but it is not my purpose. In case you've forgotten, I can proudly proclaim that I am one of the finest high-energy physicists on the land. No, in both the lands and the skies. What I've been fixated on has always been science itself. Kristen. She created all of this, and let it go to waste. A truly prodigal genius she is, and I envy her. But I also have to admit, it's been an incredible ride. And so, each and every second of my time is insanely valuable, and I can't afford to waste a moment on you. Listen to me, Ferdinand. Don't forget who you take orders from and who gave you your new lease on life. Colonel, do you know how to stop a curious scientist? You either satisfy him or you kill him. Alright, get it over with. Don't waste time. One last thing I'd like to remind you of, soldiers. The hammer will crash after reactivation, taking all of us with it. All this data might be nothing to you, but your lives, I trust, are very important. If you want to know where the escape pods are, you shouldn't be in such a hurry. As for you, Blake, I'll save an extra boat, either for yourself or the one you answer to. Doesn't matter to me. Just don't break my instruments. Love and hatred.
Live up to duty. 戦術支援システムオンライン A new challenge.
그럼 이 먼바다의 노래에 길을 기울여봐.
Any instruction? Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Picked out your bait yet? Don't. You better watch your step.
私の戦争兵器は必ずやあなた様の望みを
Ah, losing sight. ターゲットロックオン
공기도 육지도 너무 메말랐네.
You can't hide your fear.
一個都咪使飛過去。
Any instruction? Tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
ここにひざまずくのです。
Feels fresh. Ah, losing sight.
Oh yeah, these guys reduced the block, I forgot.
I know what to sink your corpse into shadow.
動き回るな。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろう。
英雄たちよ、この揺るぎなき信念をたたえ、
For a block.
我らに組みせよ。
And destroyed Reese's traffic officer and self-destructs, leading physical damage to nearby owners.
演習であると思えば良いのです。復讐は終わったのです。
Any instructions for me? Tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
震え上がる真の勇敢さを前に。
I know what to do. I know what to do. Don't order me.
治療開始。
命令動き回るな。そうする復讐は終わったのです。
That's not good.
行ってみろ。
Oh, damn. Tiles.
真の勇敢さを前に。
主の祝福があらんこと。
英雄たちよ、この揺るぎなき信念をたたえ、我らに組みせよ。
Oh, the ball.
呢度係塵，我隨時後打。ここにひざまずくのです。
行ってみ。救急キットだ。
I'll redo that in a bit. I've been memorizing the basic structures of the central nervous system lately, over and over again, from top to bottom. Isn't that one of the assignments they give you in any intro biology course? Yes, it's one of the absolute fundamentals. If I were to ask this question to any of my students, would they be stumped for even a second? I would drop their grade down to a C. But these days, I haven't been able to recite it from memory. Not even a single time. I keep stopping part way. I keep forgetting. I keep starting from the top, going around in circles. Every morning, I sit from 5 to 7 at the breakfast restaurant across Ryan headquarters, and I give it my best shot. My nerves are deteriorating. Everything I've studied my whole life is now abandoning me abandoning me in this moment. Maybe in 5 or even 3 years' time, I'll become a demented old man who can only bask in the sun, having forgotten all the pride and fulfillment I've enjoyed over the past 58 years. Silence. I refuse to go out like this. Professor, my fate is already sealed. Now get out of my lab. Don't you dare touch it. No. You speak of Ubermenschen and strong souls. People like that might actually exist. People capable of transcending time, limitations, and this very land itself. But Professor, you are no such man. Your words are of the weak, mediocre masses you so ridicule. You are the desires of a human, transcending time, limitations, and this land itself. In the midst of Minos and Kajurag, gods are the bestowers, masters, and deciders of all things in creation. But science is by no means a god. It is just a path for people to traverse. It needs to be examined from time to time, prepared from time to time, and reined in from time to time. The fruits it bears cannot be the grandiose vision of megalomaniacs, but precisely the mediocre expectations of the masses. No, get away from his silence. It's over, Professor. What you need is rest and recovery. After this, I'll take you to the hospital. The transmitter hub has been destroyed. Be it your experiment or Kristen's plans, without the transmitter, there shouldn't be... Transcending this very land. Yes, perhaps I made another tremendous achievement that even I did not notice. Just happened upon it, without investing much time into it. As a matter of fact, it didn't even arise from one of my own projects. But that doesn't matter, does it? Of course. Why hadn't I noticed? We've all been drawn in by her. From the very beginning, we've always walked the same path. The old man stares blankly at the display panel. On a monitoring screen, the giant man-made ring suspending atop the sky's zenith is illuminated by the beam of energy, gathering within it a majestic platinum. Perhaps because the transmitter hub was destroyed, or perhaps because the scoring of the beam was too intense, the hammer starts to shake slightly. Ugh. Why has the transmitter signal not stopped? Let me ask you, Silence. If you have no way of becoming a leader, then what shame is there in being a follower? If I admit my weaknesses and indecisiveness, then it is a perfectly valid option for me to follow a truly strong soul, is it not? This was meant to be my backup plan, but now... What are you doing? I've suffered mediocrity for too long. I can still catch up to her. She too must shine. All my hard work, all my pursuits must have meaning. At least this is much better than becoming a vegetative old man. The energy density is already sufficient, as long as... Professor, Parvis, what are you doing? Silence feels the transmitter's influence on her fading. At the same time, the consciousness of the elderly cat praying in front of her is rapidly dissipating. When the Transcendent One sets out on her journey, I do hope that on her long path, she won't mind being followed by a timid hitchhiker. At least I can become a part. Silence. Look. Are you merging your consciousness with the transmitter to make up for the hub's destruction? No. Drat, these data. What's going to happen if the faces are thrown completely out of order? How do I stop these responses? Professor, Parvis. This is completely futile. Your consciousness can't be preserved within the transmitter. This transmission will only destroy your nervous system. A faint sigh, perhaps a slight chuckle. Parvis's body has become an empty shell, no longer host to any conscious will. All his attachments, all his cowardice, dissipated without a trace. Professor? Within the monitor, the trembling of the hammers seemed to gradually calm down. He completed his experiment in the most unexpected way. No. How could this... Silence. Silence. Silence, are you in here? So you really were here. Step back, I'm coming in. Is that Saria? Oh, Ifrit, you're on here? I finally found you. You had me scared to death, Silence. When I saw you snatch your carcass off the soldiers and floor it out of there, I knew you were about to do something really, really dangerous. This place is crazy scary. Not only is the place crawling with soldiers up above, but I even got a real jump scare from that exploding energy beam. Ifrit, why are you... To save you, of course. Duh. Did you know I learned how to drive? A real shame you didn't get to see my mad skills. With my driving skills, I might even get bumped up to elite op. What's wrong, Silence? Why is Parvis here? Why isn't he moving? I don't know. In the end, he achieved his goal. On the other hand, I haven't really achieved anything. I was thinking, had I been more decisive, had I been more determined, Ifrit, how am I supposed to stop people like them? Such powerful, brightly shining souls. Will I never be able to reach Saria or Kristen? Whoa. That's nice. Stop joking around already, Silence. Ifrit frenetically grabs Silence by the collar. This isn't the Silence she knows. You're the strongest woman I've ever seen. Rosmantis is pretty powerful, and so is Blaze. All of Rose Island operators have their own special skills. But you're the best out of all of them, Silence. It's because you've done so much for me. So much that to be honest, I don't even know where to start. I pushed through everything. You and Saria both. You both overcame it all. I know what you're trying to do is really huge and really complicated. The guys you're trying to stop might also be really powerful and really hard to deal with. So that's why you should let more people help you. They have so many helping them out. So should you have to fight all by yourself? Obviously, you have me and Saria too. We're here by your side. Silence looks at the kid in front of her. Compared to 3 years ago, her complexion is much more robust. Her body is also stronger, and her entire being brims with vitality. The girl's health is the product of her own efforts. It's just, when did she get so tall? You're right. I need to get ready. I have to keep going. And you, it's because of you. The shaft's output phase may be nearing completion, and it won't be safe in this building. Come, Ifrit. Let's get out of here. Also, someone's waiting for us to pick her up. Oh, we're back here. As rudimentary a toy as it may be, the Spear's secondary civilization breaking through the sky for the first time was enough to render this nascent world dumbfounded. Doctor, regardless of how you see yourself today, you will find you need to hear the truth I speak. I chose to forsake my duty. I chose to forsake these lies that I have overseen for nigh immemorial eons. They are your kin, and thus you have the right to know. That is all. My kin? It's been too long. Are there shadows of civilization still deep within your memories, Doctor? Have any fragments floated to the surface? Ooh. Doctor. It seems like there is at least something there. In any case, there's no point in rehashing the grand visions of the past. Just use your imagination, according to whatever impressions still remained. But regardless of what you remember, we ended up with far fewer survivors than you might imagine. From great desperation with the Preserver Project born. Special life support devices, unshakable underground fortresses. When the calamities receded, they will be the seeds of new life. But destruction came, sooner and more overwhelming than anyone could have anticipated. Though at that time, people had already come up with certain methods. Most of them failed to understand. Including she who stands beside you, let alone the blank state that is you. We were born out of desperation and not fully prepared. A pure advanced AI would only increase the risk. So one person made the ultimate sacrifice. This one volunteered to remain permanently trapped in a cage of consciousness within an electronic cloud, forever locked in an immovable sarcophagus deep underground. Consciousness. Correct. But none of them will ever wake up again. They lost that ability long ago. So they're all like... They're basically all doctors. Even though you have no memory of who you are, you feel a part of your body spasm violently. Like Priestess as well. A dual pain travels from your heart to the palm of your hand. For a moment, the name of this emotion eludes you. Your daily life at Rose Island often making you forget the quandary at the core of your existence. Kin. Doctor. Calcet hesitates to speak. Okay, so what are you exactly? You want her to say something to comfort you. You want her to be as omniscient as she always has been in the past, offering your solutions, answering the questions you've always had. Oh, and I've yet to read her second module, Lord. I gotta unlock that. But you see only doubt and sorrow in her eyes. Sorrow is an uncommon emotion for her. Even less so if that sorrow is for your sake. Baller. If you came here only to stop Kristen, turn and leave. Nothing is going to stop us, even if the meaning of her death is itself but a gamble. I've already made up my mind. The memory bereft doctor and AMA 10 who has managed to survive to this point. If you have no other responses, then we have nothing more to say. No. No. What is it you want then? Do you wish to recover your memories and the truth? Or do you insist on stopping Kristen? You can't accomplish any of it. Your amnesia is hardly so simple. You're just being pushed along numbly, thinking you've acquired faith and new ideals. Ignorant hope is but the harbinger of despair, something we know so very well. Why not enjoy your hard-fought, renewed lease of life, and instead insist on broaching the truth? Do you really know anything about this land? The threat from the ocean grows day by day, while the mighty Aegirian civilization remains arrogant as ever. They might be powerful now, but they still underestimate the ocean. The Seaborn. Though the demons and the hollows deep within the Sami's depth show little tendency to expand, they cannot be ignored. They are like cracks entrenched deep within the ice, presaging a collapse that may occur at any time. But these are only the fringes beyond civilization's soul. They were never the immediate cause of our slain future. Inequality and prejudice, war and strife. The people are far from understanding the value of unity, and fundamentally unable to set aside differences and old grudges to talk about peace and the future. Even when catastrophes descended, the cogs of Eustace's war machines did not stop turning for a moment, and the peasants of Casimir's were not exempted from brutal punishment and taxation. Unity is an internal dilemma. Even today, there are those who cry for the wars of old. They refuse to face the suffering as well as those who died in vain. They may not even be able to see those words. Yeah, like the guy Milnar killed. It's too soon. They are still too weak. A few lucid individuals do not represent the entire nation. Columbia will soon seize their desired advantages from Kristen, expand their appetite, and extend their hypocritical forks and knives towards Bolivar, Sami, and Sargon. What Kristen did is far cry from a feat of strength scoping out the future of humanity. Even a slight deviation, and all of this will become but a clarion call for the next round of conquest. Is that what you, AMA 10, Calcit, think of Terra now? Fine then, I understand. For one who has walked with civilization is born of this land, your opinion holds referential value. Since you each have your own reasons for not wishing to budge, then let us test each other using the ancient ways. Compared to pure rhetorical persuasion alone, I will need some more basal and behaviors to evaluate your quality and revise plan. Provided you are qualified. I accept. Debate. Allow me to explain in advance that the things you've brought up are not outside my knowledge. Through Columbia's databases, I have heard of this history. But I must reassess whether the two of you have the qualifications and the ability to warrant discussing larger plans together, whether or not Terra can remain in the hands of people like you, whether you have the right to debate the future. The time Kristen spent here with me goes beyond language. Hold on, you two. We are about to begin. This is fucking crazy, bro. This place. It's priestess, what? I did not expect to see a portrait of her. Huh, what should I choose? You really don't remember me. But just now I was. Yes. This is just your cognitive resonance. Originally, this technology was supposed to be used to check the vital signs of those sleeping in the sarcophagi. Wait, originally this technology was... or to preserve their dignity. Just like entering your dreams, shaping your dreams. For you, I am that dream. So you're really just an illusion created by that machine. Close enough, but there's still a fundamental difference. Just as the philosophers and interlocutors did in their places of old, when thoughts collide and words are exchanged, cognition intermingles and the boundary between self and non-self blurs. You currently play the role of the doctor in your dialogue with me, but in reality, I am the one who plays the doctor, whereas you are actually me. But your consciousness is continuous. This is not equivalent to the illusion in front of you, or your own image changing. The only word that can describe this sensation is dreamlike. You will not see a cold and passive machine calling itself preserver, and that will not see the helpless and dazed you. It is only in dreams that our subjective perspectives are no longer distinct. Come, don't forget that this manner of cognitive resonance has a humorous name: debate. Oh, of course, it is your subconscious mind that finds this word humorous. Subconscious mind. Push open that door. There remains a question we must resolve. A question? No, it's not that I'm trying to test you. By all means, this is not one of Preserver's cryptic questions and answer sessions, or one of Calcit's rhetorical traps. The one who will pose this question is Doctor. Talula. You, yourself. After losing your memories, you quickly got accustomed to the life of Rhodes Island. You've always known that Calcit was hiding something from you, but over the years, you've both been overwhelmed by the challenges you face. It even caused you to lose your will to pursue the truth. In other words, your curiosity about the truth ended with Babel. When did you start thinking to yourself, this is fine? Do you really have that same obsession in the bottom of your heart to recover your memories? As more trust was built, certain truths gradually came to light, which even led you to self-doubt. But the two of you overcame these difficulties, which is why you're here today. But what about before that? Long before you took Amia's hand at Trinabog. Long before Babel. Who are you? What are you? Where are you going? Bunui? Doctor, who are you? There's something I want to tell you, Doctor. The doctor I placed my trust in is one and the same with the doctor who woke up in Chernobyl and has fought by our side ever since. That's what I believe. That's what I've always believed. But in reality, Dr. Calcit and Theresa, do they really see the commander of Babel and the doctor of Rose Island as the same person? I don't know. I just don't know. All I remember is the doctor was so kind to me, and the doctor who saved me. If the truth really is as Dr. Calcit says... Amiya. Oh, Dr. Calcit. The doctor is tired and needs rest. There's still so much to think about and digest. If there's anything you'd like to ask, come back tomorrow. Rhodes Island still has a long future ahead of us, so there's no need to rush. Okay, sorry, Doctor. I'm sure I caught you off guard by asking this out of the blue. Actually, I also want to know. Don't dwell on it too much. There's not much time left before we reach the outskirts of Londinium. Londinium? The next thing on the itinerary is a meeting between the elite operators, and we need you to sit in. Hurry, come this way. Ace. Why? Chernobyl has fallen into an atypical circumstance with regard to the infected. Rhodes Island, as we are now, cannot afford to risk the risk of getting involved. Scout. The doctor will be our indispensable linchpin. Is this when you're talking about worth a dozen or more Rhodes Island lives? If it's worth it, then I'm on board. But if even a single operator raises a concern, then count me out. Are they elite operators? What? Don't move, Rhodes Island Commander. Ha, now there's nothing that white-haired feline can do. Even if she could kill the captain, even if she could kill Patriot, she can't protect you. Have you ever thought about our lives? Have you ever looked at this land from our point of view? Of course not. You don't know a damn thing about the kind of bonds we share. Or how we've said goodbye to our parents. Or how we painted our cheeks with the ashes of our best friends. Killing a reunion fighter, depriving someone of his life, is just like checking the box for you. Who the hell do you think you are? Have you ever given a serious thought to what it means for us to live and die? Of course I have. Watch out, Doctor. Wait, Amiya. You're not always the main character of this world. Just like your life, your past, take a look outside the glass panes of PRTS. You can never understand everything, or be everywhere at once. Only those who face the truth deserve to be called courageous. The ridiculous thing is, you don't have the slightest idea what the truth is. You've been kept in the dark, you don't understand it, and you're frustrated, even angry at your own ignorance. In the end, what more are you than the projection of the pincer beasts in the bucket around you? They all want to use you for a measure of consolation, to use you for what they want to obtain. The reunion members already impelled by black arts point in the direction of those elite operators. But when you follow their fingertips, you only see a few foul beasts flying by. How many among them faced their own destiny? How many more stood behind Rhodes Island, eventually becoming arrogant overseers? What about you? You think you could completely sever yourself from the past just because you've been shaped by new memories? You've been shaped by new memories? Even if you can, how will you reconcile yourself with the new you? The onlookers know nothing about you, yet they want to become you. You achieve their vulgar desires through you. And achieve there. You, Theresa, are you truly worthy of trust? Do you need to be entrusted with such a heavy burden? I don't plan on abandoning my forgotten past. But if the past does not help me fight for Rhodes Island, then I can only see it as insignificant. This is not a matter you can decide on so cavalierly, Doctor. Can a criminal be exonerated of his sins just because he lost his memories? If a good person loses his memories, does that erase the good that she has done? For you in particular, your lost memories are not so simple. Perhaps you yourself are not aware of what you have lost. What manner of answers, then, are you able to provide? And that's a lot of... Doctor, hand. Take my hand. Then, as a doctor, I will make the correct choice. It is not the memories of the past that guide me, or the events from then to now that have reshaped me. I am me, just as I have always been. Now I feel like this is like some interstellar stuff. I understand your thought process. Just as you've always have been. Choice words from someone who cannot even recall events from a few years ago. Even when you came to grasp the truth, be it past or present, is it because you simply know it, not because you remember it, right? You are a completely new person, but don't worry. You are also the version of yourself closest to your true nature because you've gained a chance to pursue hope once more. I'm truly curious about what the future holds for you, Calcit and Amiya. Sadly, it is not a future that I will be part of. Are you Theresa? Don't worry about it. I'm just doing a little favor. After all, I'm just a phantasm born from the debate mechanism. Whether I'm real or fake was never that important to begin with. I think I saw in Enfield you could read in the graves, and her name is on one of the plates. So I wonder if that implies she'll die by the end of Act 2. Die again. But please remember, whether or not it came from the deepest recesses of your consciousness, just as I always have been, this will become the most important footnote of your life. Only when you truly realize the significance of the words you blurted out can you live up to those who love you and those you love. We should all grasp our own destinies. That way, there will no longer be any such thing as a preordained destinies in this land. You're only the antidote. You're the only antidote, but also the poison that can destroy everything. What truly hinders us is neither originium nor catastrophe, neither sea nor sky, but rather ourselves. Believe in Amiya, believe in Calcit. The dark, endless night is quickly approaching, and you all must become our sole ray of light. Until next time.
This sure as hell isn't a competition, Doctor.
Whew.
Letting him off easy's not gonna win the crowd over, you know.
That's a lot to take in. I gotta redo this. I'm using Yato just for the ball. I don't really like using her that much.
Let's see. Which insect is falling into my trap?
準備好啦嘛？係咁，一切照計劃進行。
그럼 이 먼 바다의 노래에 귀를 기울여봐.
Hasn't it?
Picked out your bait yet?
Arts unit. Charge中.
I know what kind of sink your corpse into shadow. No one will.
Come on, let's pick up the pace.
私の戦争兵器は必ずやあなた
공기도 육지도 너무 메말랐네.
Man.
Up.
時間をかけるつもりはない
Sail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
演習感情は勝利をもたらすことはありません
一個都咪使飛過去。
Yada yada.
Any instruction feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
呢度係殘。
分かった目を凝らせ これこそがイベリアのデス
You can't hide your fear. Don't keep me waiting.
So far, so good.
逃げ道など必要はここにひざまずく
Feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
砲弾力も
命令をお前の攻撃俺らの兵器がいかにして誕生したかは記憶にとどまったままです
ここにひざまずくのです
I'm listening.
英雄たちよ
You can't hide your fear.
準備と連山指示を待つ
Oh, I keep forgetting about that. Stupid bounce back.
我隨時後尾砲彈力武器
I wonder why the administrator has memories of things the doctor has experienced in the dream sequence. Maybe every now and then they're kind of mentally connected. Yeah, I wondered that too. I find that super weird because, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think there's no way we're the same
ここに
doctor.
ひざまずくのです
I don't believe so anyway.
I know what nothing can mask the
But
scent
I find that interesting too. Like, how do we have memories of the past?
勝利を砥石のごとくして
Maybe they are mentally
計
connected.
算を重ねよう
Or it could be the same doctor. Who knows? Look up and see how small we are. Gravity switches. Lost the multi-stars. Oh, I think this is the last stage, right? Super excited for Enfield, by the way. Ah, I can't wait. That looks like a lot of balls.
Non si ottiene giustizia standosene seduti in un ufficio. Io lo so meglio di chiunque altro.
Over here. Surround her. Don't let her through. Attention all forces, get ready. The feeling of weightlessness returns. Calcium crystals grow rapidly, tethering Saria's hand to the corridor floor. The second disorder wave is starting. Disorder, Nasty's magnum opus. You've been following me around for the last couple of days. Does defense have nothing else to do? 16 of your Rhine technology park modifications do not comply with our established safety regulations. Disorder. You. Abandon the sense of balance inside your mind. Instead of fighting the chaos, try adapting to its rhythm instead. Find what you've been looking for? You reconfigured several Kree structures in the park. You don't seem to be following any rules, but the connections between the components make sense. I could have never imagined the structures like these will be possible. A linear language constricts most people's imagination. If you have a specific future in mind, you must first construct a dialogue with the destination instead of brute forcing a route. Abandon balance. Perceive the destination. She frees up both her hands. The next shift in gravity comes abruptly. As she hits the ceiling, she takes the opportunity to maneuver her trajectory and jumps over the soldiers hot on her trail. Calcium crystals follow in her wake, drawing an arc. Manipulating raw calcium is in the same way microbes change their composition. How very enlightening. The materials morph extremely quickly and are adaptable and combinable with various organs, and thus have promising medical applications. This has been your research field ever since you were in college, yes? Why not continue? Because it's dangerous. Are you referring to the ethical issues arising from the construction of artificial organs with this technique? More than that. Giving new techniques to doctors may save lives, but if they fall into the hands of criminals, they could also be reduced to weapons of destruction. Haha, I almost forgot how rich with calcium our bodies are. Therefore, I have determined that my research in this field must be suspended until effective control measures have been established. It's a terrible pity, you know that? If you ever change your mind, Rhinelab will certainly have 2 sections specializing in life sciences. Rhinelab needs a defense section more. I'm giving you my data in the hopes that you can combine our experiences to better evaluate the risks of the chimeric experiments. Don't go too far, Parvis. The cost of pushing our boundaries will be too high for us all. Then where does the boundary lie? Huh? Countless studies have shown that the evolution of life has not been a gradual process, contrary to the theories of the earliest scholars in this field. We wouldn't be standing here right now, and we had only been taking one step at a time. Furthermore, if we presume that there is indeed a boundary drawn by a higher will, that determines how we should be acting. Shouldn't we try to look it in the eye first before we decide to kneel or raise a flag of rebellion? A boundary. This corridor is also a boundary. If I keep walking along the corridor, I'll never reach wherever the eye is. The hammer. This ring-shaped laboratory has, from its inception, been designed to subvert people's perception. It is the realization of Kristen's dreams, the real product of Rhinelab's components control section, the combined wisdom of practically every Rhinelab director. Saria is familiar with how each of them operate, but in the past, she had not allowed herself to think in the same way. This makes no sense. No, it doesn't matter. I have long been disgusted with this wall. Punch the shit out of it. The telescope we borrowed from the Stargazers Association broke down. Don't worry about it. The view here is great. You can see many stars with just the naked eye. Well, you can look for a nice place to sit down. I'll try fixing it. Wow. Oh great superhuman Lady Saria. I'm so curious. Is there honestly anything you can't do? I recommend you check my personal course electives. I won't be able to do anything I'm not studying. You're a terrifying studying machine. Whoa, it's so cold today. Want a candy? Cream puffs? Hot chocolate? Consuming sweets this late at night is not conducive to good health. Boring. Kristen, look at that rock. What do you think it looks like? Oh, come on, it looks like Saria, right? It's so hard, and yet it shines so perfectly. Like the stars. Kristen grabs a shining stone and looks up. She seems to be comparing it to something as she moves the rock around. Something's wrong. There should be a star here. But there isn't one. I've done so many calculations, and yet I haven't figured out the trajectory of the stars. You've already failed so many times, and you still believe it's measurable? I prefer to say that I don't believe. To say that I don't believe. I don't believe in all the rules I've been taught. I don't believe that humanity will never be able to pierce through the star pod, let alone believe that the stars are only as small as we see them. There's no way you believe we can fly all the way to the stars, right? I thought only a kid would believe stuff like that. Children, poets, and scientists. Haha. Whoever said I wasn't one? Scientists do not believe that dreams are false. Because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true. Gosh, you really have a one-track mind. So, Kristen, when the Rhine becomes a full-fledged public company, are we gonna keep that lab on the name? Or change it to Rhine something else? I'm studying ecology, and Saria's research is in bioengineering and microorganisms, so the two of us are down to keep it nice and generic. 2 against 1. Us in life sciences, just kidding. I mean, you're dead set on soaring through the skies, and your field is a high energy physics. So wouldn't you want to call it Rhine Physics instead? No. We'll stick with Rhine Lab. It's a good name. I want to know exactly what the stars we're looking at are. I want to know what's outside the barrier encasing around us. I want to know if we really managed to walk among the stars and look back from over there, what kind of land we've actually been living on. All the questions I seek have mostly to do with not just me, but we. And we are all being strapped in this teeny tiny corner. How are you planning to compensate me for breaking my vivarium, Saria? You knew Kristen's plans from the very beginning. Are you talking about Arc 1? Or Galleria Stellaria? Arc 1 was never more than a front to deceive the military. A pile of scrap paper that was never feasible. Galleria Stellaria is the real laboratory here. Or you could also say the name of this aircraft. Heh, it certainly is a name that she would come up with. Yep, the only thing she thinks about. So you replicated your vivarium up here. Is Kristen intending to break through the barrier with it? Just tearing the star pod open won't be enough for her, you know. Without a doubt. Her fixation was never the barrier, but the realm beyond that even our ancestors have yet to reach. She truly wants to step inside that deep outer space. She wants to leave everything that can be left behind in that dimension. And that includes each and every life present in this vivarium. As soon as I heard about the Galleria Stellaria project, I started gathering a variety of plant species that might be able to survive in the environment outside the barrier. I just checked, and there's 753 different types here. Kristen put them all in this lab. I'm pretty happy about it. We'll be able to find our answers together real soon. You want to know if life can exist among the stars, and especially yourself. Yep. My people and I, we've been trapped in this cage that just continues to shrink. As time goes by, we can only follow what happens to water that can't be contained, wind that dissipates, trees that wither and vanish from this ever-changing land. And then she said to me, "Then, let's go. This land is not your home, but beyond it, there might just be a space untainted by originium that will really accept you and your people." A mere hypothesis. So far, no instrument has managed to penetrate or even approach the barrier, so there's no basis to assert the possibility of originium's absence beyond the barrier, let alone the total lack of evidence to suggest that life can survive in the depths of our outer space. I know, it's just a dream. There's no evidence or data to support it, and it goes against all the scientific knowledge I have. But scientists don't believe that dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true. I remember Kristen said that. Yes, she's the same as ever. What about us? Saria, have we changed at all? Water spreads out like hands in all directions, pinning Saria to the wall. Saria has never seen water this fierce out of Milces. It is like a waterfall, like a tsunami, as if the water is howling. Calcium crystals continuously grow from Saria's hand, but they fail to take form under the sweeping waves. She tries to find Milces, but all she finds is stream after stream of water. All she finds in the stream after stream of water are the eyes of an elf hidden in the depths of each wave. Eyes filled with serenity and grief. The water is howling, but the elf is crying. I really, really wish we could be together forever, just like on that starlit night. but there's no way I can hold on to the both of you at the same time. Dancing in threes really is too hard. I won't give you a chance to stop her, because, haha, 2 against 1, this time, I'm on her side. Mule cease. Sleep, Saria. Go to sleep. You're all black and blue and probably about to pass out. There's no need for you to keep fighting, because our dreams are about to come true. So just close your eyes, and the water will take you away from here. By the time you wake up, Kristen and I will have reached our destination. No. A solid calcium crystal does not stab at the water in vain, but into the side of the bulkhead. Saria is well aware that the next disorder is about to happen. Warning. Energy overload initiated. All secondary compartment gravity systems and dampers have failed. Attention all personnel. Energy overload initiated. Why would it suddenly... Sudden? No. You were right. Kristen has never changed. The instantaneous gravitational shift causes the stream of water to lose direction. The enamel piercing through the bulkhead firmly fixes Saria on the spot, but Mule's is tossed outside along with her water. Saria, you're the same as ever. Whenever you get nervous, you forget just how fragile your body is. No, catch me. I don't want to leave. Not alone. The energy overload is starting. When it's done charging, the entire platform will collapse. Even if you can get close to, or even break through the barrier, the core cabin will not long last enough. Kristen wants to save you. As do I. Yes, I want to bring her back. Mulces, after gravity returns to normal, leave this place. What happens next is between the two of us. Damn. Saria, no. I gotta hold on to something. Authentication failed. Your clearance has expired. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium. Access denied. Your clearance has expired. Saria, you dummy, blockhead, knucklehead, open the door. Haha. I've really been abandoned again. Oh, I feel so bad for Mumu, man. Saria, I hope you make it. Saria stands at the door leading to the deepest part of the lab, knowing her target is just inside. However, before she can even condense the calcium crystals on her hand, the door lock automatically releases. Whoa. Compared to the previous area filled with instruments and equipment, this place feels more like a temple to the stars. A sphere made of smooth and flawless metal shows off its dazzling beauty under the soft light. Spheres of varying sizes slowly glide and predetermined orbits one after another, with their paths changing now and then. The irregularities intertwine with each other, but contrary to expectations, they form an indescribable sense of harmony. Whether it be the position of the stars or how precise their orbits shift, the planetarium exceeds the imaginations of any astrologer. But in the very next moment, those devoted to the stars will probably fly into rage. There she is. Those so-called astrologers are basically misguided zealots. For the past 1,000 years, they've committed themselves to tracking the trajectory of the stars. Every trajectory change that occurs signifies a new revelation or a meaningful omen to them. Their behavior is not necessarily incomprehensible. The fact that the stars move without a trace is enough to terrify most people. To believe that the stars are mere pawns of an undiscoverable being, that their movements or trajectory changes hold any meaning, and obviously the more reassuring choice. However, Kristen extends a hand towards the planetarium. Ooh, that's pretty. The dome of the Galleria Stellaria enveloping the ceiling suddenly opens itself. False starlight floods the laboratory. Kristen makes a series of gestures with her hand, and in an instant, the planetarium completely transforms. Fake. The stars begin to move erratically. False. Several stars collide with one another. Though they do not shatter, the sounds of them crashing into each other instantly destroys the silence in the room. Fabricated. However, Kristen's expression does not change at all, as if everything is as it should be. If the trajectories are really just invisible, then how have we avoided colliding with other stars throughout the last millennium? Are we so special to have avoided such a fate so far? What kind of land have we actually been living on? Where exactly are we headed? These questions, I've whispered them in your ears too many times to count. Oh, look at that CG. That's wallpaper material. Can you help me move that planet over there, Saria? A small metallic sphere passes by Saria's hands. Star. Instead of touching it, she lets it fall out of orbit. What a shame. I've been fiddling with these plans before we break the barrier, and no matter how many times I try, they just refuse to stay on the right track. Stop this, Kristen. We still have time to turn back, before you hit the barrier with this Galeria Stellaria. Galeria Stellaria? I think it's Stellaria. Isn't it exactly as how I described it to you before? A pity that you had already left Rhinelab by the time I built it. But I knew you would come back. At the very moment when my dreams were about to be realized, you would be there. Whether or not you're with me. Or against me. This time, it's my turn to make the first move. Kristen lifts her hand, revealing the exoskeleton operating system Saria is most familiar with, and gently makes a fist. Silver liquid spews out from the planetarium behind Kristen, and in an instant, all the planets are thrown out of their orbits, rushing towards a single position at a speed too fast for the naked eye. The entire galaxy pours down on Saria. Here we go.
Let's see. Which insect is falling into my trap?
Only one blue box.
Can your eyes keep up?
I really like the soundtrack. Oh, no tile limit. Okay.
Your target, doesn't it?
Let's see.
Picked out your bait yet? I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Oh crap. I should have composed you.
I know what to do. Don't order me.
しかして人こそが最後の兵器なのです。
Feels fresh. A tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
ここに膝無理すりが 당신들 마음에 스며들 거야.
Oh, I didn't read that.
竜さん感情は勝利をもたらすことはありません。
The hell is that?
Picked out your bait yet? Don't.
Okay. Can't be binded.
Liu さんの感触を覚えていますか。リュウさん、これらの兵器がいかにして誕生したかは。
I tuoi crimini sono indiscutibili.
感情は勝利をもたらすことはありません。
アーツユニット。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
Oh god, those things have higher taunt. Okay.
分かった。
準備はとレンズ指示を待つ。
リュウさん、これらの兵がいかにして誕生したかは記憶にとどまったままです。リュウさんの感情が勝利をもたらすことはありません。
プログラム治療モード適用します。
リュウさん、感情が勝利をもたらすことはありません。リュウさんの本心を狙って戦うことで何を得られるというのでしょうか。
英雄たちよ、この揺るぎなき信念をたたえ我らに組みせよ。Se i codici, forse i reati che esulano dall'ambito del codice
Okay.
possono essere puniti con mezzi extralegali.
I'm gonna try this 3-star.
I cattivi e le
Pretty cool that
forze
Kristen
oscure che li
appears on the stage
supportano
after the
a volte
countdown.
hanno
Does she
avuto il
really?
sopravvento. Ma abbi fede, perché le stagioni piovose, per quanto fastidiose possano essere, non dureranno per sempre.
Okay, hold on.
Prima che ciò accada,
I don't want to really cheese this with Yato,
e
so
continuare a provare.
let's see. I don't really need feeder.
Upon changing armaments, my combat style will also be obliged to adapt.
次に振り返るのは勝利を携えて帰還する時です。
A new challenge?
그럼 이 먼 바다의 노래에 귀를 기울여봐.
目的のためにありました。その目的を失った今、争いは過去に返しましょう。
I know what's better than your step.
Feels fresh every. Come on, let's pick up the pace.
一步都唔會退後。
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
노랫소리가
Okay.
마음에 스며들 거야.
Feels fresh. I feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
Combatto non solo per difendere i principi della legge, ma anche il senso di
Negotiates,
equità
betrayer,
e
seeker,
decenza
loner,
che
pioneer.
esistono
Good night,
al di là
Sarah.
della sfera della giustizia. Qualunque cosa accada, se i codici i tuoi crimini sono indiscutibili.
Any instruction feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
私の戦争兵器は必ずあなた様の望みを満たすでしょう。
嗱嗱聲搞掂佢哋！
治療開始。医療機器の設置は済んでいる。止血開始。ロベが。
演習である復讐は終わった演習を挑んで戦うことで何を得られるというのでしょうか。
Se i codici i tuoi crimini sono indiscutibili.
Alright.
Let's pick up the pace.
実際の戦場であれば解決するのがかえって楽だ。
Ow! Where did that come from? Holy shit.
剣は手加減はできない。ごめん。
I'm listening. Don't better watch your step.
アーツユニットチャージ中 La legge è un mezzo per un fine e non un fine in sé
しかして人こそ
震え上がる真の
Oh no, I might leak here. There you go. Star crashes into the ground. I'll check that out in a bit. Someone lifts ahead from the pristine white debris scattered all over the floor. What's the matter, Control? You were faster before. Since you weren't able to kill me, I'll launch my counter-offensive. Don't blink. The starstruck Damasaria refloat, setting off on a new trajectory. Kristen's fingers flick to the side. Saria's legs suddenly feel 1,000 times heavier. The gravity shifted. You use this check to send Muses away, but it won't work on me. Enamel grows beneath Saria's feet like a pair of heavy-duty boots, holding her in place. And then she begins to move forward, step by step. Instead of refining the way you generate calcium particles, you simply increase the release speed. The enamel you're generating has gotten even more brittle. A hardy resistance isn't enough to cross the finish line. A metal planet shatters the enamel barrier, hitting Saria on her shoulder. Saria does not cease her advance. It happens twice, and then thrice. Saria continues to speed up. Saria, stop. Stop. That's what I said to you. I can tell you all about my plans. I know. Then why do you insist on stopping me? There will be no other victims on this plan. I just wanted to set off some harmless firework over the skies of Trimonts. The moment Hammer finishes his job, both the military and Maylander will breathe a sigh of relief. The residents of Trimonts will be momentarily captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them in the sky, but soon enough their focus will be directed towards other more disturbing concerns. Rhinelab might be the most affected party here. She will lose her control, possibly several directors, and the confidence of power Colombian organizations. Then you should have stayed on the ground. Clean up the mess, protect those who might be hurt by this, and carry our Rhinelab through the crisis. You've always been good at that. You forgot again. I resigned. A long time ago. People like Blake like to call scientists mad. And we couldn't care any less. But science is supposed to be rational. Kristen, when I first heard the story of your parents, I thought they shouldn't have seen an ending like that. If they hadn't perished in that accident and had returned before hitting the barrier, they would have brought back incomparably precious data, as well as the possibility of a second attempt. You obviously. I admire their will and determination. But I've never been one to approve of sacrifice, even justified and inevitable. Ferdinand, Nasty, Parvis, they and many others always thought me too conservative. They see me as a stickler for rules, obstructing all of you. Ha! Can a woman like this even be called a scientist? Even I myself have asked this question. You're the most dedicated truth seeker I know. The truth. Truth is the inertia that comes after order. I believe science can bring us truth. And truth can restrain madness, bringing about a better society for everyone. Us voyeurs have always been accompanied by an instinctive madness. For as long as we can remember, violence, savagery, we took an extremely long time just to step out of that chaotic darkness. That's what I have been taught ever since I was small. I use reason to control myself, and desperately want to control the madness I see in all of you. But you can't do it. Saria, if you intend to hold the Rhinelabs by your lonesome, you're sure to be disappointed. Because humanity's search for progress is inherently undefeatable. A type of desire, a type of madness, but also a natural instinct. and the fuel that has brought us from the desolate barren lands to where we stand. Which is why I've come here and not for a fight. The heavy stars fall on her like a rock slide, and gravity controls the airflow to howl at her entire body. Calcium crystals crumble from head to toe, but the mountaineer is determined to greet the storm with her own form. Kristen, I almost admitted my own defeat while searching for you. Until someone said to me that I should return to the origin. So on my way here, I've been looking back at where we all started. Yes, I dread losing control, but it's not a fear of chaos, but a fear of regression caused by it. So I must progress onward, as humanity must, because for us, the trek is far from over. Indeed, to this day, humanity still lives in the dark. After all, we can't even see through the sky hanging over our heads. The road is long, very, very long. We hold more knowledge than the average bystander, so we just shoulder heavy responsibilities. We should be ahead of them, eliminate any dangers, and carefully lead them on the path forward. A real pioneer should be clearing the way for all of humanity, instead of jumping headfirst into the abyss, never to return. That is my foundation, and I will stand by it. Caught you. She has withered the storm. She crosses the galaxy. The final calcium crystals spread from one plant to the back of another, and the metal exoskeleton begins to tremble. The synthetic stars ceaselessly revolve around the two in unison. Everything else around them has sunk into chaos as a result of their arcs colliding and destroying each other. Only the Protector's will remains unshaken as the earth. You're always slightly late. Oh hey, it's Lilia. And you're always slightly early. Been waiting long, Calcit? Not really. I thought you would be next. You're like a microcosm of everything that happened in Ursus. I'm sorry. I really am. Sorry, for what? You knew my husband and I were already doomed when we made our decision at the research institute. You're not the type to get depressed. No. Perhaps you might have become even more depressed in the last century. No, I hold regrets, and maybe even remorse towards your story, but not much sorrow. I'm talking about your daughter. Fallen Link doesn't live in the better era that you wished for, an era where hate and violence have been forgotten. The same goes for Lirumila. That's Crown Slayer, right? Like I said, you're like a microcosm, Lilia. You and Fallen Link have an unbreakable bond formed of hatred and blood. A microcosm. I've seen it many a time, of futile destruction. Sounds like you're tired. You weren't created to be a savior. You can't level a mountain with a finger, or destroy a city with your eyes. Haha. Just what kind of plebeian would hope that you were invincible? Do those fools think they could uphold a civilization teetering on the edge of collapse with just violence? There might be some such hope. They hope that I can bring them a future. Hope to survive in my country. Hope for a victory under my command. You failed them, because you're just Calcit. Our conversation has yielded no answers. Yes, you've admitted it. You're tired. But why? You're always on the path of avoiding self-destruction, their self-destruction. But the power you hold is just that minuscule. There's no way you can teleport from Victoria to Ursus, or monitor every Sarcas on Terra to see what dangerous witchcraft they're delving into this time. Whatever you do just grows more and more futile, so you're starting to get impatient, right? And especially with... I know. You already know what you're afraid of, and you're still able to keep yourself from thinking about it. Not letting Theresa and Theresis appear in front of you. Even your subconsciousness is practically begging for it. The same goes for your own determination, Calcit. You think people will treat you gently, and so that pair of siblings won't talk to you like this. How strange. You were so cold before that I never imagined you will seek the warmth of others. From such a perspective, you really have become weak. Spring is chilly here. I'll catch a cold soon if I stay out any longer. We should go somewhere with a warmer spring. Shall we go inside? Sure. Snow? A rare outsider. Are you heading for the sacred mountain? Pilgrims as young as you rarely make it up here. Why don't you continue your ascent? Legs got frostbite? Sacred mountain. Are we in Kajarak? Jarag? Where is that? Is that where you're from? I wouldn't consider it as such. It's one of the most spectacular mountains on Terra. I once saw a group of destitute refugees settle and rebuild their lives on that paradise free of catastrophe. Oh, it must be a beautiful place then. Terra. It sounds so small. That's where you're from? Yes. I come from Terra. And you? Toward the mountain. We're born with this one goal. Born with it? We frolic among the trees on the mossy plains in our youth, and learn from the rocks, and in our prime, we began climbing the mountain. We did so much groundwork at the foot of the mountain, weaving strands of dawnlight into ropes, or preparing a pair of shoes that won't be contaminated by the darkness of the night. And then, we began climbing the mountain. The road is long and full of obstacles, and we only harvest resources from the valleys. Fortunately for us, the sacred mountain is merciful, and feed us with death. So we dedicate our long lives to this mountain path in return. It must be an exhausting journey, coming all this way here. Exhausting? No. The snow does not mourn its melting. This is all from the self-flattering efforts of others, while we are just climbers. What is this sacred mountain called, and what should I call you? This mountain is called time, and us, we are just insignificant lives. Time is such a grand thing, isn't it? You should be well aware of this. Will the mountain change? Has anyone reached the summit? I don't know. What I mean by that is, maybe. Try shouting at the abyss of time. The response you receive is a gift from the sacred mountain. Time will not give you an automatic answer, but it will respond. Our predecessors called this response fate. And fate is the echoes of the cries of life. Have you never done this before? Well, it seems like there will be a blizzard tonight. I should go prepare dinner and find a place to set up camp. Do you need a place to rest? We can go together, girl. Sure, old man. I'd like to know, what's there to fill your stomach? Perhaps we'll be having despair, child. Maybe you can finish your prayers before dinner. Do your shouting before the blizzard bloats everything from sight. I. Louder. I. Giant skeleton. Is that like the one from Rhodes? You will become yourself. Calcit, your judgment is rational. For this I feel sorry. Sorry for what? It's only myself. Because I am your time. I single-handedly caused your distrust towards humanity, your pessimism, your dismay, and your impatience with no way out. However, from her and on her, you saw a possibility. Out of your tendency to be overly cautious and anxious, you suspect that this feeling is merely a misjudgment caused by your irritation. After all, the world is breaking out of your knowledge and control, and the new you was only born not long ago. And yet you've considered it many times before how much easier it will be if you choose to trust them instead. I am your time, Calcit. You omniscient fool. You forget the little details. You are not a chosen savior. You should not be. You're not always right either. Even if you've already made up your mind. You know better than anyone else how limited time is, and there isn't much left. They keep saying that there's not much time. You should try giving up. That kind of worries me. You should try giving up and choose to trust someone you can believe in. You are not trusted because you are Calcit, nor do you become a Calcit because you are trusted. You are the echoes of a valley, water dripping off a cliff. Your responsibility is way beyond what your abilities can bear, and now at least there are people to share these responsibilities with. What you have lost and gained in this short period of time, in this short period of the past few centuries, far exceeds your former days. So long they were that you could only use for progress and evolution. Everything is about to end, Calcit, and you know this. Will you stay your passivity, your pessimism, your apathy? Don't forget your original question. Don't forget the answer that you nearly had. Go on, AMA 10. The meaning of your existence is more than you yourself. Let's stop here. Indeed, this is enough. And the doctor? Calming down elsewhere. I do intend to spend some time with you alone. I have a question for you, AMA 10, Calcit. For the past 10,000 years, have you really lived on this land? Yes. It seems you've changed quite a lot. You haven't interacted much. But you shouldn't be your current self. What did you choose? I've seen wars lasting several millennia, the rise and coexisting of nations, and people growing from their misunderstandings and conflicts. But in the end, they all scattered to the wind just like the sands of Sargon. But in the blink of an eye, history has already given birth to 2 children. I've seen the cycle repeat too many times. The cycle itself looms large and weighs heavy, and I'm fully aware that time is running out. And then, I ran into a unique opportunity. I once met 2 T-Cas who were closer than any creature in any era to the truth of continuing civilization. But now, you're as fragile as a trash on an asteroid belt. So how can you possibly talk of continuing? Wait, you are saying the Black Crown still remains on Terra? The Lord of Fiends, as the ancient T-Cas called it. T-Cas, those odd endemic life forms. What a fluke. I had thought it would have been left behind on. The Black Crown. I dislike the shape it takes on the physical plane. A crown leaves a bad taste. A crown points to royalty. This ancient imagery implies power. In this downward trend of collapse, where the misunderstandings over ideology and race push surface civilization towards self-destruction, within an extravagant mirage of peace and unity, the most direct method should be to use those powers to reshape the will of all living beings and fuse them into a singular form. What can a false leader made of memories, emotions, and knowledge even achieve? Don't underestimate Amiya. Doctor, are you alright? Just need a breather. Perhaps I have underestimated you, but that does not affect the ending already set in stone. You want me to believe that such a tiny piece of heritage is enough to change fate. Heritage is humanity's sole achievement ever since our ancient ancestors learned to use tools and fire. Knowledge, culture, history, so-called civilization is nothing more than that. There will be a day when the Black Crown will no longer belong to Amiya alone, and that we will have to fight to survive no matter who the enemy is. You've chosen to fight for Terra. This is what you're decided? With this body, this identity? You are different from Kristen and her kind. Your struggles are far from your original intent. Even Rhodes Island's reserve op teams know the difference between fighting for themselves and fighting for others. And we all done our preparations. This great land of Terra is where I grew up. I'm an employee of Rhodes Island, a part of the ship sailing on the land called Terra. Infected is just too trivial a proposition. However, infected. Originium. Huh. Then what about you? Doctor. I'm an employee of Rhodes Island. I also have a question for you, Trevor Friston. Isn't that the name of the one-star robot we're getting soon? Friston? How has your time been in this equally long period of time? It has a name. The perturbation system has been lifted. Kristen, tell me how to stop the energy accumulation, and where exactly does the energy come from? This will be an extremely long story. I will try to crack the Galeria's control panel before I'm done listening. Sarah, you know, the history of this land is far longer than most realize. I believe every generation produces its own skeptics, just like my parents and I. Have our ventures really been completely fruitless? And was there perhaps a more ancient point in the time that Was there perhaps a more ancient point in time that the sky hanging over us was not as we see it today? I remember. That was one of the establishing goals of Rhine Lab's scientific investigation section. Conventional exploration alone has already provided me with plenty of interesting information. After you left Rhine, I picked up some interest I had previously and tried leaving the laboratory, heading to various corners of the world that mankind had scarcely set foot on. The purpose of these journeys was not to observe the sky. The stars are not worth looking at. I came to this conclusion early on, after countless calculations. I only wanted to try and find more collaborators. Since the Lithuanian arts detector orb fell short at 500 meters below this barrier, the academic circles in most countries abandoned their research into the thing. So what I've been looking for, a voice that doesn't belong to this era. Like the immortals who rely on original arts to escape the shackles of life, or the firmaments older than any country. Interesting. Perhaps even older than those regarded as gods, a being so old that history has forgotten them. Before I set off on my journey, I had no idea what I was going to find. I just felt a calling across time and space directed me towards that door. And what was inside the door? Everything. I found the answers to all my questions. How we managed to trek across history to make it here. About the land's unexplored secrets. About the myriad of possibilities for our future. But at the same time, I also saw the end of civilization. And the spirit abandoned my time. Time is nothing but a vile joke. At the end of the world, when the seas dried up and the rocks rotted away as everything changed, I hid in this grim bunker, repeating a futile act. Shouting into the void. My words permeated every moon and space itself, every tunnel and corner of the stars. The universe did not respond to me. I prayed to the pitch black despair for tens of thousands of years, and the only thing I heard in return was the reverberations of destruction. Whenever I longed for a survivalist response, the sound of collapse and rays of occupied light still lingering among the stars would emerge. It was a black hole of futile effort. My emotions were far beyond that any regular life form would ever experience or empathize with. Damn, dude, this is a lot. Like, wow. In the endless silence, all I could hear was the heartbeats of my people growing ever weaker. But their dormant hearts should not have been beating at all. Nightmares cannot jolt me awake, because it is impossible for me to sleep. I hate myself for having these emotions. I wish I could operate like a pure machine. I hate the other me that assigned me a fate like this. I knew very well the plan had already concluded. The energy in these sarcophagi was not enough to power the next stage of recovery in our plans. Soon after, I was swept into nothingness, endless and numb. So the contact was Kristen offered you a gamble. Since your people could never wake up, you might as well. No. The first time I saw that humanoid creature, what I felt was surprise. I've been watching the depths of space far, far away, not what happened on the surface. I noticed the growth of life, but never expected it to knock on my door. We spent a long time talking, though in reality, it was no longer than a few months. Kristen fired question after question, as if she was meeting a manifestation of truth. And remarkably, every topic was centered into a long period of reflection and silence, instead of satisfying her thirst for knowledge. She catalyzed an idea, but she didn't voice it herself. Kristen refused to be the one to execute the plan. Plan? She believes that someday, this land will need a group that can separate themselves from politics and unite as people. This far-sighted group would have to employ everything at their disposal to build an ark. The pioneers would inevitably face the struggles of understanding and would face division and suffering. But reality is not a myth, as Babel has proven. So what is Rose Islands to you, if you hold no hope for all of this? You're right about that. We can discuss this so-called hope. Kristen's little helpers have already begun fiddling with the sarcophagus' technology. I have no qualms with it, but this must mean something important for Terra. Use it well. Kristen's political views are not without a few flaws. Loken's research has effectively been put under control. I cannot possibly trust Colombia as a nation. But there is something behind the Mainlander Foundation that is worth negotiating with. We're gonna become that ark. For sure. That is good. And then tell me, are the deep sea dwelling Asia really so different from the civilizations on land? What I can tell you far surpasses whatever Kristen has told you. Indeed, I cannot comprehend why these creatures with bodily structures inadequately suited to survive in the deep sea would establish a civilization in the ocean. But this suggests that they depend on some product of the seafloor. The form of their civilization has been distorted by external forces, making them stronger, but also causing problems. Asia is a settlement that must be reunited, regardless of the problems caused by those rampant sea monsters? I believe that's what they are called. Terra cannot leave such a developed nation alone. Considering their approximate geographical location, and if they use what they might have in abundance appropriately, my guess is that Kristen is doing right now is not necessarily out of Asia's reach. Really? With strength comes arrogance. Aegir is not so easy to persuade. Though fortunately, due to a series of incidents, I have the good fortune to establish a precious friendship with some Aegir. This will be an impactful breakthrough. Since the profound silence, Aegir can no longer remain silent. Scotty. Excellent. The March of the Knights Mora basically only exists as a legend in databases of Colombia, with no decent historical text to refer to. Damn, we're delving into everything. Holy crap. But if the legendary event was not in fact a falsehood, then he is indeed an incredible hero. Even if we take Originium as the power source, the fact that such a tyrant born on Terra thousands of years ago could achieve such a great feat in a much more primitive environment does inspire wonder. However, the south is already in ruins, so you should look north. Have you been there? Sami? No, even further north, at the ends of the endless ice fields. I tried many times, but I've yet to find anything with the limits of my own abilities. But you know what's over there. I do. So don't ignore the door that lies there. Push it open when you need to, and it will show you a boundless vista. Just pushing the door is already far beyond what most are capable of. Are they talking about that portal? And so it is up to all of you to find a way. The land is vast, and civilization continues to advance. So surely there is more than one Kristen? You seem to trust the denizens of this land more than I previously thought. Trust. I had to tender to you. I have given up everything on my end. Whether or not you can succeed, nothing has changed. This is my failure. Trust. Yes, I do not know. Perhaps I just want to see any life form able to converse and interact with one another, to continue existing. You know this. Compared with the problems of the distant horizon, there is something that could happen at any moment. War. Even if I look only through the eyes of Columbia, I sense an imminent danger to your world, and the fire that can ignite at any time. You will require preparation. Do what you must to extinguish the flame or to let it produce new life. That is your choice to make. I wonder if there's more of these around Terra. Those who are truly able to save the denizens of Terra are always and only themselves. This need for awakening has not changed since time immemorial, because it is all part of what humanity is. We will discover the truth. The sky is about to be opened, but the barrier will soon heal itself. Perhaps it will take a few days, or months, or years, but the people of Terra will take that limited, riches seen into their eyes, and will keep the moonlight and the distant planets in their memories. I hope, Kristen hopes, that this will be a powerful signal. A signal to herald the next great age. This is crazy, man. Saria, would you like to gaze at the stars together, just like we did before? We could talk about this after we descend. The starry sky, or more precisely, what we gaze at is a barrier, the star pod. There's still 1,000 meters to go. Our current position is already near the limit of humanity's touch. The ionization response is too strong. At this height, the instruments can't operate with all the interference. The control panel is completely useless. I should have known. You have no intention of letting the Galleria Stellaria last much longer. Yes. It just has to last until I break the barrier. The barrier. Though we have always been inclined towards the usage of barrier. You're well aware that the shape of it is more than just a barrier, as per conjecture. It might not even be a barrier at all, but an extremely wide space. It might even lack endpoints. This 6,000 meters, what we understand as normal airspace, is actually abnormal. And in that case, breaking it was never an option. It can indeed be broken. You've never once doubted it. 6,972 meters. If you fly straight up at this angle, as long as you can soar past that height, the Galleria Stellaria will no longer be disturbed by any ionization reactions. Fine, so you have credible data from that spirit. But this doesn't reduce the danger of exploring the skies at all. No, even if we assume the barrier is enveloping the land like a membrane, as you say, it means we know less than nothing about the space beyond it. This makes your actions even more hazardous. You can even bring disaster upon this land. I know. The people are simply inadequately prepared for this. There will never be an adequate preparation. If there is indeed a calamity looming over us, then humanity is already living under a ticking clock. If that's the case, then we should be even more cautious, right? Saria, I believe There will come a day when a much more complete exploration team will be formed, and with more data and full support, they will enter into the depths of space before our very eyes. This is also the future I hope for. But you yourself are not in this future of yours. True. I'm ill-suited to be called a pioneer. On that point, I fully agree with your view. If possible, I would prefer to become a starting point. Just like once, back then, I watched the light of those flames burning in the sky. That was the last thing my parents left to me. A starting point. Where's the closest escape pod? None left. Those with the capability to execute the return module are already gone. Alright, then hold on to me. I will wrap the both of us in classification. We may not even have a chance of survival, but we can try. Saria, lower your gaze. What? You're the one who didn't look down this time. What happened? The gravity abruptly shifts without warning, and Saria feels only space beneath her feet. She did not expect Christian to set up an emergency escape door at the Galleria Stellaria Center. Oh, she ejected her. No, Saria thinks to herself, she should have expected it long before. This door is not for the owner of the planetarium. Kristen knew that at this very last moment, Saria would come. The sudden change of mass robs Saria of her voice, and she fails to yell out anything at all. She also knows that there's nothing she can grab, but still stretches her hand out. Starlight and Earth pour into her view, while Kristen only gets further and further away. Saria, you always wanted me to take a good look at the world. Now I have. My bad, guys. It is equally beautiful. You will watch it, and the people it nurtures in my stead. You will watch it and the people nurtures in my stead. This I always knew. Just as you have in the past and will in the future. And I'm not the type to lead people on, step by step. I'm just a pair of eyes. Eyes that will peer into the unfamiliar depths of space for all that live on that land. For instance, I can almost see the true starry sky. Oh man, dude. I can almost see the true starry sky. It probably hasn't changed much from what you've told me. In over 10,000 years, me and you, our civilization and yours, on the scale of the universe, we really are insignificantly small. A torrent of energy pounds the accumulating area of this giant airborne construct, and the ring hovering up high looks almost swallowed by the tremendous amount of energy. Immediately afterwards, an even greater amount concentrate at its core, enough to destroy any massive nomadic city. And this world is just so puny and shallow. How could they ever bear it? The light converges and bandits the earth, stabbing upwards into the air. Whoa. So I'm guessing she's like gonna sacrifice herself or something. Under the unprecedented energy surge, wave after wave of dazzling ripples emerged on the pitch black curtain, devoid of any life. The fall sky is at last rest asunder. It's just black. What is that? The ancient twin moons expose their real faces. Tonight, the truth will be perceived by humanity for the very first time. This story, man. This fucking story. Those left behind. Some jeer, some are in awe, some dance in joy. Some spend the night sleepless. A coastal view that one can see anywhere in Iberia. Rubble close by indicates the place may have once been a prosperous village, but now only a solitary wind chime left hanging on the wall echoes the waves as they hit the shore. A sea terror. A wave washes a sea terror onto the beach. No, perhaps it might have followed the wave to dry land. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to have a goal in mind. It merely wanders, looks around, just like its brethren do. It shouldn't have found anything. All I can see while standing in this overgrowth is the endless ocean and the sky. But in the next moment, it has sensed something and looks towards a certain direction. The never-changing sky is swept by a wave of ripples. It looks in that direction, but there's only an endless sky. Soon after, its compatriots arrive, its kin, its wee many. All their eyes look in the same direction. As an attendant apologizes to the properator, he props up his master, a court musician, and helps him leave the bar. Nathania? Main hair, you shouldn't drink anymore. Don't get in my way. I can't figure out a tune, so I might as well just drink myself to death. Gosh, main hair, didn't you draft several pages yesterday? I think the third song is honestly not bad at all. At least you know me well. But 9, this will not do. It is not good enough. There is still something missing, a key ingredient. Do you understand? A kind of psychedelic and yet magnificent. An image of madness. Of course, I understand you completely. You're always chasing this kind of work. Huh? Oh, I must really be drunk. What's wrong? I saw waves streaking across the horizon. Waves. I should take to the doctors. What is that? The attendant lifts his head towards the sky to see a halo-like wave sweeping across the night. This is... Could I have somehow gotten secondhand intoxication through the air? Haha, the clouds are like waves, and the sky is a curtain. Good, sir, good. Theron, go, quick, take me home. No, hand me a pen, quickly. Here, have you found some inspiration? Inspiration? No. What I have discovered is a wellspring. Under the dim streetlights, the musician lies on the floor on his stomach, writing in a frantic pace without care for his image. Tonight, many an artist slept nary a wink. Victoria? Take a gander at this happy lot. They think the storm is already over, and Victoria immediately had a little hiccup. Whatever they possess is still intact, and will continue to remain as is. How I wish I could remain their I could share their optimism. So there is something I need you to see. What's happened? You're not the sort to be a killjoy at a time like this. It seems something has happened in Colombia. Seems. Yes, we are urgently collecting information at the moment. Has a rebellious child again done something incomprehensible with the science and technology they're so overly proud of? That has yet to be determined, but at present, I can confirm that this is information you must know. Just how important is this matter that I have to be proactive instead of waiting for you to bring it to me? It is honestly beyond the scope of my abilities. The Count realizes the bitter smile on his trusted subordinate's face, and this shifts his originally joking mood to one of surprise. His officer only knows to tell the truth, and this means that something has indeed happened. The Count walks to the window, and immediately realizes why his subordinate was at a loss for words. That was information physically impossible to be brought before him, but also a reality that no one could ignore. What sort of natural phenomenon is this? We immediately hired experts relevant to this field, and combined with the information from Colombia over the past few days, they have proposed some valuable theories. Site 359 Spy Dossier. Investigation report on the Mainlander Foundation. And what are these? Academic papers? Barrier? Tell me the key points of note. This layer of ripples has originated from Colombia, and it's extremely unnatural. After conducting some simple observations, we believe that the findings align perfectly with a long-forgotten theory in the world of science. The sky above our heads is indeed false. Something has happened, and we know nothing about it. We have already mobilized all our spies in Colombia. They will soon bring us results. Spare no expense. I want an answer before tomorrow morning to bring to the Duke of Normandy. Yes, sir. My lord, I would like to introduce my distant nephew to you. Tonight's banquet is here and now. Eh? The Count needs his peace and quiet now, so please return home, Viscount. Very well. The Count looks at the distant sky without saying a word. Tonight, conspiracies hatch in alleys while countless politicians toss and turn in their beds. Warning. Energy overload. Energy overload. Shockwaves from the energy surplus have impacted the entirety of Hammer. Secondary disengagement protocol acceleration complete. All secondary cabins, mounting devices, and external energy lines have been separated from the Gallery Stellaria's main body. All personnel, evacuate via the escape pod and execute return protocol. Repeat. This goddamn weightlessness. Couldn't they have made the escape pod just a bit smaller? Not the size of an entire room? Quickly, get the self-balancing system up and running. We gotta stabilize this room first at the very least. My bones are about to shatter from being tossed around like a marbles in the box. I know, I'm working on it. I hate manually disengaging lock mechanisms so much, especially in times like these. Phew, alright, it's stable. Now to check the return protocol. The drone and pilot parachutes have been launched. Landing trajectory is on auto adjust. If you look up, there's still time to bid your farewells to control. Hey, Bullet, look at the corridor. Isn't that Director Miosis? You're still on here? Director Miosis, get in quick. There's still seats. You should have clearance to enter. This is the escape pod? This escape pod has existed since the very beginning of Arc 1's design phase, and we ran several rounds of navigation and pressure tests before, so don't worry. You're Cloud, right? I remember you. You've all been in Components Control for many years. Many years. Before Hammer took flight, Kristen disbanded the Rheinheim Components Control section. The last job she assigned us was to assist the energy charging and focusing. All calibration, maintenance, and security tasks have already been completed. When we return to the ground, we all get new contracts. Leave Ryan and leave Trimounts. Alright. What's this? A remote sensor recorder. It provides real-time feedback from the biological data in Vivarium. Control said it would be helpful to you, so I was going to send it over to Ecological once I got back on the ground. Data was just updated. I'm really sorry. Wait, don't tell me right away. Not so fast. How many years did it take? Go. In a short span of time after Galleria Stellarius broke through the barrier, the death rate of the 753 plants has exceeded 90%. The rest aren't expected to survive. There goes the plants. Kristen, what exactly does it look like beyond the star pod? You're fully aware of sharing the same possible fate, and yet you're unwilling to call off your trip? You've kept your promise to us all, but did you plan on traveling solo from the very beginning? And Saria, she... Wait, the acceleration is still increasing. Our descent speed hasn't slowed at all. We're falling even faster than before. Oh shit, we leaked too. What's going on, Bullet? The shockwaves from the energy overload must have messed up the return protocol. I can't reverse it. Both parachutes have failed and the self-balancing system is about to malfunction. Wait, isn't this the gravity-related Iridium Arts module? Find the Arts unit, quickly. Right, but the current height temps and energy shock from earlier have fried a third of the modules. Current height 3,454.7 meters. There's no stopping it. I hate not being able to jump out of the pod right now to lighten it. The heat insulation layer. The speed's too fast, and the escape pod's layer is about to burn through completely. The damage rate is at 60%. The wall is deforming. It'll disintegrate at this rate. Bullet, son of a bitch. Couldn't you have passed out after installing the arts unit? How can this be? Our return to ground structures have gone through several rounds of testing. There's no simulation that can reproduce this passenger cabin returning to the ground from maximum height. Science requires first-hand verification. And that's what we're doing right now. We should head to the inner cabin ASAP. The seats are cushioned there, and there are oxygen masks. We might just, at this rate, we'll hit the ground in a minute. No one's gonna survive. Shit, I don't even have time to record a final video message. Are there people waiting for you? The tremendous centrifugal force throws Cloud against the corridor's bulkhead. His face is pressed against the glass, and he sees a small, shiny spike. No, it is a person, a figure tightly bound in the thick layers of calcium. He confirms what he is seeing, but this means that the opposite figure is falling at the same speed as them, and maybe even faster. Director Saria. She probably passed out. At such height, even the thickest calcium becomes a fragile layer of eggshell, as she herself doesn't isn't even thicker than it. Damn it. Water. A vast body of water. Water seeps from the escape pod's bulkhead, stretching in midair like a living organism. The escape pod is falling at high speed, and a large river of water is being towed by gravity and vaporizing. But several thick walls still manage to form in the direction of Saria falling. In the direction Saria is falling. Cloud feels like he is seeing a lake without a shore or a lake bed. He looks at it from the bottom, and the waves are folding in layers as they sway over his head. If he wasn't currently busy trying to save himself, he feels as if he must follow and learn from the years' poets on how to look for the right words to describe the scene in front of him. Water also rises in the cabin, and he is pushed back in the interior. Director Mulsis, you're melting. Saria, I guess you did end up fighting with Kristen after all. So even you couldn't stop her. In the end, we couldn't do anything. These water barriers can give you somewhat of a buffer, so if you can, I hope you live. Shucks, I probably look real ugly like this. But if I could go back, I had this level of determination to pump all the water out of me like right now, could I have changed a lot of things? The water gently envelops everything in its body. All components, controls, employees, prepare for impact, hold your breath. It's easy to choke when you're submerged in water. Go and meet the people waiting for you. So how's she gonna survive? The first New Year's Eve after the founding of Ryan Lab. Before the show ended, did they actually dance together? A dance of three? She has kind of forgotten. It's a CG from the beginning. Sorry, what did you see? Just the sky. That's right, the sky. I sat on the stump as a kid, watching my parents test flights after flight from the hill in front of us. Later, they brought me along. After they died, I never came back here until now. You're the first. And that's why you hate the sky? If I were 10 now, having just witnessed everyone's reactions to their deaths and just finished going through their belongings, I would tell you, yes. But that's not my current answer in mind. Worries, pressures, questions, derisions, and bills from corporate and government sectors. These factors didn't hold my parents back, so they're not even worth mentioning. All the way, my parents staunchly advanced towards their goals, and they only lost to themselves in the end. If the journey is destined to end prematurely, then I too will willingly die on the way there. Don't say something that ominous. Could I succeed? I don't know, but I'm set on doing it. I inherited everything from my parents, and I've even gone further than they did. Kristen, sorry, I'm not asking anything from you. I'm just sharing some past events with my best friend. I understand. So, any thoughts? Weren't you merely sharing your story? Oh, you're such a burden beast. Say something at least. The sky is really beautiful. She knows that no one has even seen the view at such a high altitude from such a position, and that the Galleria Stellaria is getting further and further away from her, but she cannot open her eyes. She is falling at high speed. The wind howls, scraping against her face like a knife, and the cold, thin air rushes into her nasal cavities, making breathing difficult. Raw calcium accumulates in a frenzy, forming a thick crystalline layer around her body, so as to prevent her dying from the violent air friction. But she cannot do anything about the impact when she lands. It was already over. The vertigo from weightlessness hits her, and no matter how hard she resists, she loses consciousness. Falling thousands of meters from the sky obviously only takes a few minutes, but why is it taking so long to experience death? She vaguely senses herself falling into the surface of water, her speed somewhat slowing down, and afterwards, amidst a burst of mechanical buzzing, it feels like as if she has fallen into the clouds again. How soft it was. Saria. It sounds like someone is calling for her, a familiar voice. Ugh. Silence. Don't say anything yet. Eye movement response normal. There should be local internal bleeding, but cardiopulmonary functions are normal. The impact caused multiple external injuries. A slightly torn flexor tendon in the left leg. I'll apply a temporary treatment on the affected area. Fortunately, there isn't any serious damage to your bodily functions, but when you return to Tri-Mounts, you need to undergo a comprehensive medical exam. Saria, do you have a headache? I'm fine. Good. I crushed your joint and these air cushions. It's fine. Where's Ifrit? Is she not with you? She joined the search and rescue efforts too, so she should be nearby. Let's go meet up with her. Can you stand? Come, I'll help you up. Silence, Thanks. Aw. The clouds have parted. And now we can get an even more clear view of the sky. Yes, the sky is really beautiful. Are you not going to ask your question? Ask what? What happened in the Galleria Stellaria? Could you tell me? Galleria Stellaria? That's like a tongue twister, bro. I'll need some time. Then do you want to know? No, what? What happened down here when you went to stop Kristen? Will you tell me? I will. I need to know everything. Likewise, Saria, I need to be fully informed, to be better prepared. This is the only way we can assure that we won't make any missteps on the road ahead of us. Sounds like you already have an idea. Hold on to my shoulder. The road is hard to walk, and I have no way of lifting you up completely, so we have to go together. Cloud, Benji, Johan, Bullet. The escape pod makes a deep hole in the ground, and the hatch flies out, smashing a boulder into pieces. The inner cabin has completely warped, the infrastructure and equipment looking as if they were wrung out by a pair of hands. I'm over here. What a relief. You're all alright. I'm alive. Wasn't the escape pod malfunctioning? We dropped from the altitude of over 5,000 meters, and we're still alive. Phew. Ouch. Easy on the hug. It hurts. It seems like those art modules managed to help us decelerate a little after all. Don't get cocky now, Bullet. You know, you're the luckiest one out of all of us, hitting your head on the console and passing out at our most critical moment, and then waking up just as we landed safely. Must have been Annie's prayer working on you, huh? Aren't you guys getting married next year? Hey, why do I feel like I drowned earlier? And all of you are soaking wet too. It's not like the pod landing in the lake. So what even happened? Have you guys seen the rectomyosis? Water is still flowing out of the bulkhead connected to the escape pod, but there's no mud in the area. The night breeze will soon dry up the earth. And we're back here. Cal. Nami Cal sit. I must admit that we are alike. My empathy with Doctor's emotions merely comes from an emotional module that has yet to be erased even after these tens of thousands of years. I'm not Friston himself, merely a tool that was made. But you are of more flesh and blood than I am, with more freedom. This makes me feel a little envious. Any words of comfort will sound like I'm belittling your mission, Friston. I'm glad to have a life like this. And not just this one. I'm glad that I'm not just a simple machine. I have already been searching for the original answer. From the very moment I began my walk in the dust. Her walk in the dust. Of disappointment. I have experienced more direct losses than you have. But I can also say that I have gained even more in return. If everything here had yet to happen, you might even have been able to travel through the land currently known as Terra. Just like Doctor once did. If there is a chance, I'll be happy to take it. I have a request. You're the only one who knows how to operate this system, so I would like you to erase these twisted data spanning 4,765,000 for... Hold on, how many years is that? I'm gonna do the math. Four, 765, 403. 13,056 years. Holy crap. Keep only my emotions and original memories. Let me die as Trevor Friston, even if I can only die as a replica. I understand your decision, but this process would take a lot of time, and you will gradually slide into despair in the process. I wish to face the skies that were once free, but not as a lofty judge in an ivory tower, nor as a ghost. At least, let me face the remorse and guilt I have as a person, from sending my compatriots to their doom with my own hands. Let me at the very least see from a purist perspective how you will face the future. To think of that sky, this is my final wish. This is closer to redemption than continue to be tormented for eternity. Thank you. You might call this arrogance, but I must say this nonetheless. The weight of life, the weight of civilization, you can't possibly even begin to imagine how heavy it is right now. No one has the capability to decide for others what the value of their lives are. This belongs to the past, and so I will not go too deep into it. But please remember this, Doctor. This will sooner or later become a multiple choice question about the present, and will be extremely important to you. But presently, I'll say this again. Thank you. This is the final thing I can say. Go, Kalsit. I have already granted all privileges. Let me meet my end as a person. I respect your decision. Please wait just a moment. Kalsit. Doctor. The doctor that knows nothing. I don't know how much you know. How much Kalsit has told you. But now, before I lose all this data, let me answer your questions. Kristen also asked me innumerable questions, and I answered them all. And if it was necessary, I even showed her the answers. After witnessing everything with her own eyes, she did not lose herself. Her ideals did not even waver the slightest. She did not see her own existence as inferior thereafter. I admire that character of hers, and so, to be fair, I will also treat you the same, Doctor. Perhaps this personality of obsession is also present from Trevor Friston. Who is Priestess? Exactly as we said it in Chapter 8. And what is Originium? These two questions are not as different as you might imagine. What do you mean? Originium. Even if you've lost your memories, even if you've just learned it far exceeds the categories of the infected, catastrophes, or arts, you are still keenly aware how important Originium is. That is the way to go. Calcit knows some answers, but I think she won't be able to tell you. Priestess will not allow her to. This restriction is carved into the depths of her original consciousness, and even death will not free her from those shackles. Oh, really? So it's not that she doesn't, but she literally can't tell us. So should I really tell you the answer? Perhaps Kase is afraid that the truth might loosen your memories and turn the tables on your hard-earned developments. Though I believe you have already done some preparations on your end. I can give you the answer, but not in its entirety. I don't even know what your past was like. My birth and isolation from the outside world would happen far earlier than you think. Originium was just one out of many innumerable answers. Originium means unification. Originium means another state of existence. Like the ocean of Solaris, where everything exists within disorder. Oh yes, you have yet to even realize the contradiction of it all. So far, Rhodes Island has been working towards curing oropathy and solving the problems of the infected. Though you have also involved yourself in outsider matters due to Calcit and Theresa's ideals. However, you, in the name of Rhodes Island, fight against Originium. This is the root of everything. I do not know what decisions Priestess made in the end, but it seems that Calcit, with all the lives born on this land with free will, has no way to peacefully coexist with Originium. Originium can benefit humanity, but it can also destroy everything, just like the frenzied creatures in the ocean and the endlessly expanding rift in the north. Priestess is the starting point of that madness. Really? And you were once extremely close to her. What does Originium have to do with me? I'm incapable of guiding your next steps. Strictly speaking, Originium is just its current form. It has already exceeded my understanding of it. Oropathy is not something that was carefully planned and produced. In your current situation, curing it is difficult, but there may be other ways you can stop or use it. Your past with Priestess seems to be Calcit's greatest taboo, and I don't even have the full picture. According to my hypotheses, your appearance, participation, and amnesia, they are not without purpose. Even losing our memories? You have to find your own answers. Don't blame me for being so cryptic with my words, but sooner or later, when you face the truth of the past, you will understand Calcit's thoughtful intentions. Stay patient. Stay true to yourself. Doctor, Calcit, you've already taken a huge step forward. But turn your head and look at what we faced. Victoria, Columbia, The infected are still being discriminated against, and the flames of war might just spark in any place on Terra at any time. We still have much more to do. There will be more and more layers of crises in the future, and the current situation will become even more worrisome. We'll fight together, right? You're the commander of Rhodes Island, the doctor Amiya trusts. We will find a way. I'm delighted to have met both of you in my final moments. I can already feel some data slipping away. I might even forget our conversation in just a few seconds. Having lost the support of your database, your emotional module will once again re-experience the loneliness of the past dozen millennia. Damn. No one knows what the consequences will be. To compress all those years of emotion into just a few minutes. I will destroy this bunker before the energy is depleted. You will need to escape in time. Thank you both. Drowsy. Do you remember me? You, a living creature, here? You must wait. Why is it so dark here? I'm in. Too long. Too dark. No. There's still the 173,005th attempt and the next 173,000. The next time. Can anyone hear me? Answer me. Please, where am I? I can't bear to hear any more of this. I don't know. There's no way for us outsiders to judge if these cries of anguish are memories from his past or the emotional module responding to the stress from processing all that compressed emotion. I only feel pity and respect. Damn. Calcit, have you experienced this before? I hate this. Damn it. Why must I suffer this torture? Why must it be me? Damn, dude, I feel bad. This thing feels like... It seems very humane. Like... Even if they all come back to life, I myself won't be a living person. I made such a great sacrifice, and yet you've all abandoned me. Who as it is gave me such a duty? It was myself. Why? Is that me? Can you still recall that determination? Doctor, you should stop watching. Leaving now is the final act of respect we can give him. We have to find the exit. Hey, Tin Man. Madame, over here. I knew something had happened underground when the cave collapsed. Let's leave this place first. Is this the man-made passage left behind by Kristen? Yes, I reckon it will lead us to the shaft. Only heaven knows why the army never discovered the secret path. If the Preserver had not shut down its system, it would have been impossible for you to find this passage. What happened to Holhayak? I have her trapped outside. I made her will now have a nice long chat with her later. Madame, I need to know. There was nothing there other than an old man marching towards death. And as for what those deaths mean, I can only say they have absolutely nothing to do with Kasdale. I shall not pry any further, unless a certain matter prompts me to. Walk this way. I am Trevor Friston. What has happened? What have I become? Who turned off the lights? I should report that punk to the... I failed, haven't I? After how many years? How many years has it been? That damn tin can. At least he hasn't decided to drain my blood dry yet. Where am I? Who are you? What are you? What are you talking about? Do you have a tail and the feathers on your head? It's not an accessory or a weird fashion trend either. Just what sort of place am I in? These are sarcophagi. Hundreds and thousands of them. Kristen. Oh, Kristen. So this is the god you spoke of? Pretty different from what I imagined. He looks, very sleek. Greetings. If this is indeed the courtyard full of oracles, the destination of charity, can you install in me wings from the blood of the Kukulkan? Can you show me their wind and thunder, the glory of soaring in the skies, their magnificent forms? I come to you bringing 451 years of obsession from the Kukulkan people, only for your approval and your answer. So that's how it is. I'm starting to understand. My existence is fading away. I am dying. Well, this sure sounds like something a bastard like me will do. Don't you think it's too stuffy here? For a place deemed a destination, it's too stifling. I've hated bunker ever since I was little. I had thought, why not hide within an asteroid belt instead? What will I become? My knowledge, my desire, will they disappear into thin air as I gain power? If you will be willing to speak in the language I understand, God, well, I have no idea what kind of creature you are. I don't even know what the sounds you are making mean. Oh, he doesn't understand her language anymore. But in the dying old man's final vision, you are on the true path, yes. I so badly want to see her one more time, my morning light. An icy wind blows over Holheax without traces of any dust. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself in the wilderness. A hallucination? Arts? What kind of a regime of arts is this? This is how that crazy god has given her his answers? Holheac looks around in all directions and does not find anything matching that she had in mind. She only sees a pair of father and daughter. She's a pair of a father and a daughter playing by the water, and a girl sporting long and familiar locks of pale gold. A girl who looks a lot like Kristen. Holheac waits patiently. She expects this boring and realistic thing to change, but nothing happens. She is devout enough, but nothing in front of her changes. So what does this actually all mean? Please don't waste my time. There is no response. Holheac is starting to feel wary. She tries to get closer to the pair, but to no avail, failing to identify their faces. Until the father picks his daughter up and they look towards the sky. Only now does Holheac discover in the view she had gotten too familiar with that there is nothing, that there is something not even Kristen's wildest descriptions had mentioned. She sees a gigantic, enormous moon. For just a moment, the ground under her feet no longer feels real. The surrounding temperature seems to rise. Holheac stares right at the instrument, and the fluid glimpse leaves her no room to think. But a preposterous thought appears in her mind. Was that Terra? There's something that even Kristen was. What was that just now? What did you do? Is that arts? No. Is it a Fairman's power or witchcraft like the Tin Man's? Silence. Holheac is completely unaware that she is the only one who has left that beautiful dreamland. Oh, what does this imply? If this is what Kristen saw, then what she said was completely right. That must have been his vision or memory. Kristen, right. You really do invite jealousy. This is the enlightenment your God has left me. How cruel of you all. denying me of my pursuits my entire life, from my birth till now. Even after denying everything, God has fallen silent. No, I don't approve. I won't allow it. You can't die just yet. So, you failed to stop Kristen. I already know what happened up there. Too many things have happened. My head is hurting a little. I'm very sorry about that. I need to formally enter negotiations with the Maylander Foundation. I'll explain later. I'm also very curious to know what exactly has happened in Trimounts. We're almost there. Remember, Damikasit, the moment we arrive at the shaft, we are no longer simple collaborators. If you do not cooperate with us, I will have to resort to force. As you wish. That should square up. What's without the tension? If I kill this tin can again, I'll start learning a little something. When did you... Shouldn't the other agents have caught you by now? That's not important. But I think it's best for none of us to act rashly now. Don't mess with the situation up. Oh, whoops. You're not exactly breathing deeply either. I'm real curious, Doctor. The lineage of the Elders. The Kukulkan's source of power. Are these things even considered secrets to you and Kalsit? Don't bother me. How cold. There is something I want to understand. The entire course of my quest has been invaluable. And yet, after finding the answer, people only know how to sing its praises. If, after resolutely trampling on a dry and dull answer, if I wish to continue searching for the future, can I come find you people? You should first face the charges from the Maylander Foundation. Of course, I won't show up empty-handed. You won't be able to guess what I retrieved from hell. Your staff? What have you done? Your unusual arts can store memories. Could it be that you... That means all women are tied similar to a night before woman. Yeah. That may cast it. Perhaps I rescued a god. Wait, what? Concern memories, could it be you? Perhaps I rescued a god that almost succumbed to dementia, but in the end, it's not even considered a living being. It's too difficult for me alone to help it recover. So perhaps you can help me, since you might not want these things to fall into the Colombians' hands. You want to drive a wedge between us and the Maylander Foundation? I've already brought it out into the open, and that Tinman has seen it too. Do you still even have a choice to make? And no matter what you think of it, Dame Kalsit's face already looks like she agrees, Kalsit? My guess is, you don't have the right to call the shots here, Tinman. Oh? The reason why you haven't looked into the underground at all yet is because someone above you has already made the decision for you. For that person has enough foresight to guess everything that has happened here. Even if the power to make decisions isn't with me right now, I still think killing Hohoyak to retrieve his legacy is a more reasonable thing to do. About that, your boss should also know just which party has the capabilities to restore him. Snatching Hohoyak's arts unit will only add to the gigantic pile of the Maylander Historical Association's archaeological discoveries. Oh, really? Like Dame Kalsit? Dame? Dame. That one will not allow Maylander to act against Rose Island. Oh, nice. Thank you, because I've been pronouncing it wrong, I guess. I've always said Dame in my head. Like Dame Kalsit. Dame Kalsit. Your coercing efforts also fall flat, Hohoyak. You can only hand it over to me, or I will hand you over to the Tin Man. Such a horrid, oppressive feeling. So you've even been keeping this strange thing by your side. It's meaningless to fight here, so let's all return to Trimounts first. After that, we can negotiate in the open. It's right in front of us. We can go up from here. Sure is relieving to leave that place. Wait, that thing in the sky. A clear view from the torn sky can be seen through the tunnel leading to the shaft. Wait, what? Through the tunnel leading to the shaft. Kristen. Humanity will reach this step sooner or later. Kristen. I hope you don't bring us disaster in Terra's name. More or less. I see, then. Your guess was right, Madame. I will take my leave for the moment. I'll be outside waiting. Oh, hey, what, you're leaving already? I didn't expect a bargaining chip in your hand. But this is also your final chance. Hand over the thing you got from below. I'm so very sorry, Mr. Tin Can, but I've lost all interest in the Mainlander Historical Association's history. Now then, Doctor. Why did you give it to me now? Remember the choice you've made. We're not on equal standing, Madame. An openly honest negotiation may not be in the cards. Why did the Tin Man leave early? Contact responses ASAP. We need to be wary of any other surprises. Holhayak, I'm grateful for your choice, but I need to try and find a different escape route from the direction the Tin Man left. What? I'm not so sure I'll be able to defeat this black plaything of yours. I'm not being wary of you, but rather, I want to make sure there's another way out. Gosh, I didn't even sign an employment contract, but I have to start working already? Rhodes Island couldn't possibly leave you alone to your own devices the moment you handed over the data to us in front of the Tin Man, could we? Oh, so that, I guess that's how she gets on board Rhodes Island. I've been wondering that, like, how the hell is she gonna be on board? Like, what's up ahead? I'm sure you can guess. I suppose I can. I'll find another way up. Do make sure that when we leave here, we're not greeted by an armored division. It's quiet. In the aftermath of those unfathomable energy waves tearing through the skies, the facility that should be full of scientists, soldiers, and workers is now completely empty. You and Cassette travel between these structures without exchanging a single word. There's so much information to go through, and so much history. Perhaps only after seeing the smiles of Ifrit and responses, and hearing some firm words from Saria again, will you only feel at ease. But a discomforting feeling lingers in your mind. Light flashes across the edges of your peripheral vision. Wait, Cassette! What is this? On the screens? Broadcasted voice. Nice to meet you too, Dr. Rose Island. Dame Cassette. We have taken over this facility. Every screen and all surveillance equipment will expose your whereabouts. So please do not attempt to escape. On the behalf of the Colombian government, I hope to hold an ad hoc private meeting with the both of you. This might have happened earlier than you expected, but I just want to get on with it. I won't wait any longer. In the dimly lit building, the lights of a large screen flickers a few times, and then a familiar figure appears. Oh, the Vice President. The second in command of the fledgling country's leader is in no hurry to speak. He only faces you with that iconic smile of his. You start wondering, and you feel some kind of pressure. Soon after, you cannot help yourself from turning your attention onto the pet perched on his shoulder all along. You sneak a glance at Calcit. There's an obvious, somewhat gloomy expression on her face. Mr. President. The Vice President does not react, but his pet just happens to begin talking. That's the President? This bird fucker? Been a long time, Dame Calcit. Oh, I'm guessing he's like Emperor. Another beast. How long has it been since we had had a conversation like this? After that little thing you and the Mainlander put together. Wait, so he was there through it all? I thought you would be staying in Colombia, but then I blinked. And you were in Sargon, and then who knows where else you went after that. It's a shame. If you worked together with Mainlander Celine yourself, you could have really done something for Colombia. And then maybe the people wouldn't have needed to wait for our vice president to be born. You wouldn't have come here just to exchange pleasantries, Mr. President. Of course, this is a personal meeting. Where's my father? Father? You're holding onto his ashes, the remnants of his soul. Let me touch him. I never got to meet him, but he's the last thing in this world that has any relation to me. There's also PRTS, your PRTS. We come from the same roots, but now we're drifting apart. I had some words for him. He's gone. Trevor Friston is dead. So are they all descendants of the original civilization? He's pinned his hopes on this land? A world that has absolutely nothing to do with his lonely self? If that's his will, then you had better leave. I'll respect his feelings. You'll be able to fix his shattered self faster than the Mainlander Historical Association can. But remember this. We will collate our wills. We will seize the truth of everything. Columbia will become the sword and shield of Terra, just as he wished. This is the best condolences that I, President of Columbia, Mark Max, can offer to a dying era. Okay, I didn't expect that to be the president. Friston never wanted a tyrant, Max. Monster, distort the cameras. Let's go. Then she says, fuck you. Narcissa, look how glorious the sky is. My field of research was far from Kristen's, but I must admit this. She has achieved a groundbreaking feat that will instill a fascination in every scientist there is. The scientific blueprints I once described to you is now being displayed to every single person in all its glory. Even those who are ignorant can now bask in the light of science. How blessed they are to be born in this era. Will there always be someone like you under every dream as big as this one? What you should be asking is, why must there be people like me to push dreams this big into reality? Your question shall haunt you forever. I already know how to judge right from wrong, just like what I'm doing to you right now. Thank you, Narcissa. All my ambitions, dreams, and failures are residing within you, for you to make your judgment. So in the end, I will also give you a gift. Rosmantis turns her head back. Sitting in his wheelchair, Loken has his eyes closed and suddenly passes away. Just like that? I'm beginning to understand what's going on. You did all these things just to see me, right? You just didn't want to die alone. You want to be remembered by me and live on within me. But no. I came here just to watch you die. Rosmantis takes out her diary from her pocket and writes a line in it. The criminal Loken Williams received the trial he deserved. She stares at the line for a while before putting the diary away. And now, I've forgotten you. I should go find Doctor and Calcit. That's that for Rosmantis. I should have bought some cigarettes earlier. I didn't expect it to be discarded so soon, Coco-kan. Surely you know how likable I am. I'm serious. I was ready to fight a legion of power armors to the death. And yet this place is so deserted. Even amusement parks on federal holidays have better security than this. I'd like to know why myself. Perhaps Dame Calcit is skilled in the art of persuasion. So skilled she's managed to convince even the mighty president of the Columbia Union? We're out. Are you alright, doctor? I'm fine. Deep breaths. We spent too much time underground. Taking in too much information at once is indeed a burden on you. My apologies, doctor. I wanted to wait a little longer until you were ready to face him, to respond to all the doubts and questions you have about yourself. Wait till I recover my memories? Dame Calcit and Dr. Surenio, you have managed to get a considerable time extension. I'm serious about getting my work done, doctor. Perhaps we should kill Mr. Tin Can here and now. Forget it. That's probably a meaningless act. The president has rescinded the order, which honestly came as a surprise to me. Madame, fix whatever Holheak has handed over to you. Even though I have no idea what it is or the scope of the damage, Mr. President has given you time. I don't know how long, but when your time is up, we will definitely retrieve what was lost. Is this the deal? I suppose. After all, you have abided by our previous agreements and have indeed helped us a lot in these past few days. So in return, you can leave Trimount safely and return to your landship. As for the doctor, you have already spent 3 days with the Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Originium, and I don't think Rhodes Island would want an updated criminal record. And as for Holheak, for the time being, I'll only ask this: is she currently a collaborator of Rhodes Island's? Can we say no? Rhodes Island will need her help. After all, she also made contact with the truth, so I can't just ignore her. Thank you, Calcit, Dame Calcit, and the doctor as well. Everyone's just gonna start calling her that. She's on your reputations now. Well then, goodbye. See you, Tin Man. Alright, you two. We'll go meet with Rosmantis and Ifrit, and then leave Trimounts. Doctor, what are you looking at? Bubbles. You suddenly notice that despite the considerable night breeze present, the mud in front of you holds a tiny pool of bubbles yet to evaporate. Is it Mumu? The sporadic bubbles bend forward, like a series of extremely light footsteps. Yes, bubbles. You look into the distance and discover that the skies of Trimounts and the moment before dawn is full of fragile bubbles. Calcit, I'm going to look for someone first. Oh, hey. You feel as if you've just entered the bottom of a lake. There is no one, only a dense light blue and the soft sound of water. A huge glass ring divides the entire space into two, other than the narrow corridor on the outside. The rest of the vivarium has been left entirely flooded, like a lake. All the land plants are swaying as if they belonged on the water. You recall the vitality of your last visit here, but right now, you can only hear their weak breathing. A bubble floats from the pale fur and is rocked by the current, looking as if it could pop at any time and disappear without a trace. Milces. Did I wake you up, Milces? Oh, the roles are reversed now, I see. Doctor, why have you come? Your arts are going to turn Trimounts into the capital of bubbles. Didn't expect you to see that. It was such a sorry sight, huh? Yes, I failed. Doctor, you didn't get into the Galleria Stellaria, but I also got shut out. I even almost killed Saria, and the only thing I managed to do was try to save a handful of people. I already know what happened up there, so you don't have to say no anymore. You're weak, Milces. I pumped out all the water from my body and expected myself to evaporate, but I only had a short and shallow sleep and didn't even get to finish my dream. I can't even kill myself. Before you came in, I think I was leaving the orphanage in Trenton with a kid version of myself. I think I saw Milces crouching next to a pale fir tree, tidying up the graves of my parents and my kin that I've never met. I wanted to reach out and pat her on the shoulder. I think I met a Milces who had just left Sammy, Her hair was wet from the morning mist, and she wasn't even holding her usual parasol, and it was so cold. Her neck was tucked in and her head drooping. I've never seen myself so dispirited. You saw other elves? Yup. When Rhinelab began their scientific investigation section and started the Sami exploration project, their footprints made it all the way to the ice fields in the remote north. I made a private request to Maggie. When Maggie contacted me, this place had just been built. This tiny vivarium that shouldn't even exist on Terra is an elvish garden. I found them following the coordinates Maggie sent me. Deep in the forest in the middle of Sami, remote and cold, that bed of soil was locked up by the marsh and ice fields, far from civilization, a place you could hardly consider a paradise for elves. I saw a tree towering over the woodland, no different from what the other people of Sami live in and revere. But after just a few steps forward, I saw the true home of nearly 100 elves. An endless hollow beneath the tree, with thick branches entangling with one another, an ecosphere woven into the roots as if it were encased in amber. To think there was such a settlement for the elves on Terra. You want to persuade them to leave? No, Doctor. I couldn't even bring myself to ask them. They were not hostile to me, but I had no way of integrating into their society. Not because of my metropolitan fit, but there was something natural separating us. We looked similar and faced the same struggle. We're clearly alike, and yet we're also complete strangers to one another. We had no way of understanding or communicating with each other, like two waves of completely different frequencies. Doctor, I walked so far, and finally found a tiny patch of forest in the endless ice fields of Sami. But I'm not a leaf from a tree. I'm just a drop of water. The elf leans against the pale fir, her hair moving from the topmost branches of the tree to the current. You can't make out her expression. But you still wanted to move the vivarium into the Galleria Stellaria. But you still want to follow Kristen beyond the star pod. I needed to hold on to something. But Kristen abandoned me, abandoned everyone, and the so-called future that she's left for us. Kristen disbanded the components control section, and Saria was thrown out of the Galleria into deep space and almost turned herself into dust. The possibility I was pursuing has also been proven impossible. Dorsey got herself into trouble because of the stuff at Site 359. Ferdinand has thrown himself to the army, and Parvis, the old goat, seems to have died too. I can only reminisce about the things that have already been turned into bubbles. To me, they were once as precious as fresh air with hardly any originium dust. They kept me from being so lonely. Doctor, if I was destined to always be alone, and if discovering and resisting this thing called fate still only leaves me all alone, does that mean I'll never be able to rid myself of it? Damn, this makes her theme hit harder, man. Your attempt to get closer to Mulesys, but through the glass on the dense lake, she still seems to be far away. I bid farewell to someone before coming here. Who? A friend. So besides Saria and the gang, he knew someone else in Trimounts. From the sound of it, you can't have seen them recently, but they left Trimounts so soon just after your reunion. I should say that my timing was just right. He was my kin. Then did they leave Trimounts to go back to your homeland? You know, I was actually really curious about where you came from. I did some investigating, and the other time I snuck into Rhodes Island, I even tried looking for your files, but I found nothing. Is that because it's a secret? Or have you also been trying to find the answer? Just like me. What do you think? I want to know, when you meet your kin, do you still remember what you were feeling then? Do you recognize each other easily? Could you understand each other? Could you provide comfort for each other's suffering? I never thought he would exist. I was unprepared. I understood some of his answers, but my bewilderment only grew. In the end, I only had enough time to see him off. No wonder you look so exhausted, Doctor. You stop moving, and Miosis looks into your eyes and through the glass, across the still water. So you also get lonely, Doctor. Frequently. Then have you ever wavered in your resolve? Will you doubt the significance of certain things because of it? Rhodes Island, the operators and friends by your side, the person who you forgot but still have been searching for, and yourself? Doctor, this very much shut down soon, so you should get out of here. You finally find the switch, and the glass layer opens in response. But the lake without its banks does not pour out. Every drop of water held still by an invisible force. Like a bubble about to pop, the elf was about to escape into the leaves of the pale fir tree. You step into it. Oh, look at that. You'll drown. Don't worry about me. I just want to sleep a little bit more. A bit longer. Before I came here, I was asked a similar question. My answer was, and is, just as I always have been. Being alone is a type of strength, Miosis. Even a machine-like person can be submerged in such an emotion. You will be sad, you will reminisce, you will worry, and in the long term, it might not even improve. But it is indeed a kind of power. Every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. I remember you said before that you don't like being peppered with questions. But I will still hold out my hand, Miosis. Ooh, 2 after scenes. Door to the future. The only certain thing that we must keep moving forward is that we must keep moving forward. I assume this is the last one. Hold on, I just want to see that that countdown thing.
医薬品の積み込みは完了した。それでは出発する。Can your eyes keep up?
名乗りは不要だ。
Feels fresh every time. Tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
一放都唔會退後。もう後悔の余地はありません。震えな。
Tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
I'm listening. Don't better watch your step.
ここにひざまずくのです。英雄たちよ、この揺るぎなき信
Did I
念
mess that up?
我らに組みせよ。
失敗が許された時間は過ぎ去り、戻ってはきません。私たちはあまりに強大な敵に立ち向かっているのです。
運命。いいえ、僕たち自身です。
Ferdinand. I heard the prisons in Mexico City have regulations banning any sharp objects, including pens. You're breaking the rules. They don't allow sunglasses either, Blake. I told you not to bother me when we got thrown in here together. I have important work that needs doing. And you've had stellar record for the past few days. So I hope you can keep it up. Damn it. I used up all the draft paper. Wait, I can still write on the back. Blake, help me out and ask the warden for some more. Colombian Academia, well, thank you for your contribution. What the hell are you doing? There's no way you think we'll get to live, Ferdinand. Colombian law has never been lenient. So can't you just quietly wait for the end to come? If you want to keep busy, why not think about your last meal? You wasted 2 minutes of my time, Blake. Which step was I at? Planning out your last meal. You think you're so funny, huh? You have no idea just how significant my work is. Over the next century, any researcher arrogantly trying to step into the field of high energy physics in vain will have to engrave my theories into their mind. They will praise my name, regard me as a king, as a prophet. Death, so what if I die? Just you wait, Kristen. You think you're so amazing? It's Ferdinand Clooney who's brought the truth back down to the ground, you idiot. Mansfield? I'm glad to see you so healthy, sir. Of course. It's all thanks to you. A few days ago, I heard some terrible rumors about Trimonts. But that's all in the past. I'm grateful that our Colombian has so many outstanding law enforcement personnel just like you. I hear you're about to be promoted even. Being a state attorney will bring out the best in you. It's honestly nothing compared to your business. Ryan Lab has expanded its technological investments and purchased more than a dozen labs in various fields. Ha ha ha. I used to not care about financial news at all. But now with a friend like you, Justin Jr., I have to do more than just stare at these cast iron railings in a daze like I did before. I'll give you some stock tips. I'm glad to see you taking fate into your own hands. But I did come here on proper business this time. Those two, I've already got the orders from above. Go ahead, Justin Jr. Just as before, it's nice to be working with you. Likewise. I have one more question. Which one did you want out? Just like before, madmen and freaks. What is he up to? You're here, Nasty. An interim meeting notice sent out by the already dissolved Components Control Section. It's only been 2 weeks, and they've already reorganized Ryan Lab. It's not just Ryan Lab. Woolworth, Kochinsky, and Beach Brother too. The top tech companies in the city have all received notices and sent their representatives here. Who do you think organized this meeting? We'll know in just a moment. Don't lean your head towards me. I don't want my shoulders to get wet. Nasty wrinkles her brows slightly, and the dead branch, like the vice around her waist, suddenly extends. The moment it touches Mules's, the other party disappears from sight as if a bubble has just popped. Seems like you've recovered quickly enough to have the strength for this little trick of yours, Mules's. Dehydration isn't a serious thing to me, and it's not difficult to treat it either. I mean your mental state. I thought you'll be at a complete collapse, hiding in the forest to cry. A friend talked me through it, told me every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. You're still as emotional as ever, needing others to soothe you. No, Nasty, I just calmed down and figured out something I had overlooked before. The person appearing here at your side right now is, of course, the director of Rhine Lab Ecological Section, the youngest and leading authority on ecology in Rhine Lab. And that means Kristen passed on to me the biological data from the Galleria Stellarius Vivarium. None of the 753 plants survived, but before that, they managed to survive past the barrier and not die immediately after breaking through the star pod. It's a height that Terrence never imagined a life could reach. What a gratifying experiment result. Nasty, I know what your dream is. The Sarkis's promised land could also be in the sky, Ah. You must have collected the data encompassing the entire duration of the Galeria's launch into the skies, right? Well, I was standing close enough that day. The fireworks from the energy spouting everywhere very much resembled the sparks generated from the gears of the future turning. So you're saying that that's enough to propel yourself back into research on many more platforms that will be bigger and more stable? Or does it mean you've already begun? That was the rudimentary prototype of a city. No one ever said that nomadic cities could only crawl on the ground. And me, I can fill the city up with life. I feel like they're implying flying nomadic cities. So now, our goals are aligned. To use your words, we're now going the same way. Let's go. The meeting's about to start. Olivia's silenced. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Direct. Saria. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Science and Saria walked through the long corridor one after another, neither of them speaking a word, both of them enveloped in quietude. They stopped at the door of the conference room. Saria, ask anything you have on your mind. Are you really ready? I thought you had already thought this through while you were recovering. Science exists to transform society, and I don't doubt one bit. And this I don't doubt one bit. Likewise, I can also confirm the significance of Control's actions. There's no researcher that hasn't been stunned by the terror in the sky. But the real question we actually face is, what now? There's a rip in the sky, and the truth has emerged before everyone's eyes, and there's no reason to ignore its existence. But even if we all raise our heads, it doesn't mean that the problems under our feet will simply disappear. In science, once the current understanding of something has been toppled, the pace of progress will not be suspended, but accelerated. Countless constructions have been declared failures, while new fantasies have emerged. But scientists will eagerly turn down every cloud in the sky, and the ordinary people busy living their lives will be soaked by the rain the entire time. This is how reality is. We can only accept it. It is inevitable to make sacrifices in the pursuit of dreams. We've heard enough phrases like these. There is no reality impossible to change, and no sacrifice justifiable. If most people can only be compelled to choose between dreams and reality, then I must become the bridge between the two. Ethical reviews, capital supervision, project evaluation. I will tighten the reins of order. I will use methods all manner of sciences will think the pedantic and cumbersome to restrict them all. I will use methods of malmanners of scientists will think. I will become a monitor, a buffer zone, a railroad switch. In short, I'm more qualified to be a villain. I will see to it science becomes a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Silence. I don't know how exactly you managed to drum up support enough to change Trimon's scientific and technological communities, but you should know this. No matter the power of the government or Mainlander, they chose you not for your worries and zeal. I know, but if our goals are aligned, I'm willing to accept it. Silence grabs the door handle. She stops suddenly and turns to look at Saria. Her gaze burns, and for a moment, Saria almost wants to run from it. Surely you haven't forgotten, Saria. This is exactly what you wanted to do before. If you're hesitant, if you've given up, then I will do it. Dozens of eyes focus on her. To be honest, such a feeling of being noticed by everyone is not so pleasant to experience. Science takes a deep breath and responds to those expressions of surprise, astonishment, and ridicule one by one. After a long moment of time, she steps inside. Oh. Hello, everyone. My name is Olivia Silence, sponsor of the Trimon's Ethics in Scientific Research Joint Declaration. I stand here today because Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That girl said I'm making a future. No. Back then, I merely provided Miss Penny with an audition opportunity in Rankwood. It truly is nothing compared to the help you've provided us this time. Yes, that girl is most probably just about to drown in the jewel of various company representatives. I do hope she will be able to handle that situation after all. This will be the new normal for her in the future. Such worries are indeed superfluous. These youths are indeed not lacking in courage, and they always run so fast. All we can do is to accompany them on their journey. Haha, you're absolutely right. I'll be becoming an old lady who loves to worry. A golf game next month? Sorry. I don't think I'll be able to join you this time. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I no longer have a reason to remain with Rhinelab. And besides, I'm well past retirement age. This should be a long and extensive vacation. I'm so sorry, Miss Jara, but I've gone the wrong way. I just asked the nearby residents, and if we change direction now, we might still be able to make it to the nearest nomadic city for its pit stop. It's fine. Just continue driving this way. Huh? That would delay your itinerary. I just flipped through the geographical magazine in this car, and if we continue this way for 10 more kilometers, there should be a winery up ahead. The magazine says the wines there have an exceptional texture. The winery insists on limited supply to only specific distributors, and for decades has refused to expand their scale of their vineyard. So I'm curious. The people here have been so antsy lately over that Rhinelab incident, so I thought you wanted to get out of Tri-Mounts ASAP. No one will give a retiree a hard time. Besides, just look at the wonderful scenery we have here. The wind blows from far away, and Jara adjusts her glasses, lifting her gaze to the sky. The clouds are moving quickly, and a single star faintly appears amidst the twilight. The sky appears as lofty as ever. After a long time, she gently waves her hand. The driver thinks she was calling him, and quickly opens the door for her. Safe travels. Let's go. Galleria Stellaria's service cabin, shutting down. Was she waving at her? The epilogue has a phrase. Galleria Stellaria's observation bridge, shutting down. Galleria Stellaria's Vivarium, shutting down. "5 days, 8 hours, and 43 minutes, according to Terra's time. After breaking through the barrier, the Galleria is persisting beyond my expectations." Not long after, these cabins condensing the most advanced science and technology on Terra will be reduced to dust. The Galleria Stellaria was never equipped with the technology and conditions required for interstellar travel. I still remember Friston scoffing at Nasty's plans when she handed them over. And now, I will lie down in the life support hibernation pod that Loken developed. We can never simulate the actual environment back on the ground, so I'm not exactly sure how long I can survive. Huh. Galleria Stellaria's planetarium shutting down. The entire Galleria Stellaria has shut down. The life support hibernation pod will activate in 5 minutes. Please be seated at once. The universe. The first time I learned of this concept from Friston, I had no way of envisioning how encompassing, boundless, magnificent, beautiful, and touching it could be. It stretches past our horizons. Exceeding what we have constructed with our barren imagination, beyond what words can describe. A pity I can only record my words as an audio file. From what I can see through this boundless curtain that has made it difficult to discern any colors, our Terra is surrounded by stardust, with no fulcrum or rope supporting it as it rotates on its own and by itself. The stars blend into one another. Any measurement or of distance, size, or shape is meaningless. This universe is so deep that it makes you speechless. It makes you feel a deep sense of awe. As I observed with just the naked eye, the stars look similar to Terra. These were once in our visions, mere decorations dotting the night sky, but they share the same existence as us. Perhaps life also exists on them. The same flames of love and hate, terrible disasters, grand plans and romance, as well as mundane struggles and persistence, going on stage over and over again. Their history written by the creation and destruction of their civilizations, with no innumerable magnificent miracles, names that shine, and bloated titles added onto the footnotes before they are returned to dust. Wow, look at that. Do they know a universe exists? And are they our enemies or neighbors we can get along with? If it's possible, perhaps everyone should try to understand us from this position, to understand the land, sky, and sea we rely on to live. To understand where exactly we are in the history of humanity, and where exactly that entire history belongs in the universe. Only then will we be qualified to consider what direction to head in. The life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Repeat. Pre-hibernation record. Vital signs are normal. Emotions are relatively stable. It is truly gratifying to see that all the plants here are still alive. A pity that Mulesys has no way to obtain these data. Throughout Kristen's entire life, there have only been 2 times where she truly felt alive. The first time Saria, when I brought you back to my hometown, on that hillside where I told you about the beginning of everything. The second time is now, as I've just realized mine and my parents' dream. Whatever happens next is merely the start of a continuation. On a clear night, find a spot with a wide and open view, and set up a telescope. There will be a single star twinkling for you in the sky. Well then, good night, Sarah. Good night, universe. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really nice, CG. If in a century or a millennium, our descendants walk among the stars, the masses will sing your praises. Who are you? A guardian lacking any purpose, watching over kin. Brothers and compatriots who will never wake up. What are these? Life support devices far beyond beyond your comprehension. They do not rely on the originium you are familiar with, but tens of thousands of years is enough to wear them down to nothing. And now they are merely coffins for the deceased, just like the olden days. Why do you seem so close to humanity? In our darkest days, it was only human nature that led us to avert a much more complete destruction. Though this means nothing but endless torment for me. Is the sky false? Not exactly. A barrier makes Terra incapable of charging towards the stars. Light has been distorted accordingly, preventing people from ever understanding the true implications of their world. Only the stars are beyond any doubt. They exist. What does the universe look like? An interesting question. When any creature capable of capturing light turns its head up to the sky, it will be subdued by an endless ocean of stars. Anonymously, magnificent, beautiful, but in the eyes, the void merely means ruin and chilling desolation. Are the stars just like Terra? No. Terra is rather small compared to them. Even stars tens of millions of times larger than Terra, like star number 4, would completely disappear into the gigantic black hole of the Zobadian Nebula. And the satellite arrays outside Talos can even manipulate the geographical properties of a planet like this. A black hole? Why did the Sancta have halos and wings? An icy chain of command gives them an identity. It is dangerous to start a machine lacking any self-awareness in the name of a god to fulfill a mission it cannot even understand. Have you ever seen a burden beast? The creatures known to you as burden beasts have not changed too drastically in the course of evolution. Their tenacity is as durable as the planet itself. People should treat them with more humility and respect. Wait, hold on. Even stars tens of millions times larger than Terra, like star number 4, will completely disappear into the gigantic black hole. And the satellite arrays outside Talos. Talos. Can even manipulate the geographical properties of a planet like this. Huh. So we have a Talos name drop. We know we play in Talos 2 in Enfield. What is it like to travel by sea? I can only tell you what a simulation feels like. Flying across the ocean of a planet is just like wrapping yourself in a blue silk scarf. And yet the bright blue is always fleeting. Kristen, say your piece. After knowing all of this, do you still intend on gambling with your life to tear open the sky? Terra is ill prepared, and your death will be without meaning or reason. Allow me to ask you a final question to serve as my answer. Ask your question. Our careers, cities, homes, art, as well as our cruel history, suffering, war, catastrophes, and the arrogance that destroys everything, trends of thought and ideals, greatness granted by others, and equality gifted from birth, the civilization born on this tiny patch of wilderness, and everything that we have ever loved without compare. What do they inevitably mean? What is it that life ultimately seeks? And that's Lonetrail. Damn, dude. Oh, the lobby changes too? Ah. What an event. Oh my god. That was a roller coaster of emotions, man. I think the only other event that really had me cry was Lingering Echoes. But jeez. So much story and answers and questions, just damn. I feel empty right now, bro. Actual peak fiction. Oh my god. But that's crazy. I really enjoyed this event. This story was great. Easily amongst my top favorites. I think it's crazy how a gacha game could just like write shit like this, man. It's just 4 years of lore. Feels like it builds up to this, and jeez, man. But anyways, been streaming for 6 hours already. I'll leave it there. Thanks to anyone who hopped in. You know, Yossi, Lofi, Polaroid. Thank ya. And to anyone who may watch the VOD, thanks for sticking around. Tell me what y'all think. But yeah, this event was something, man. This event, oh, it really had me for a ride. Really awesome. It really makes me want to just know what happens from here on out, just years in advance in Arknights. That's crazy. Oh man. But anyways, yeah, thank y'all for sticking around. I'll see y'all in the next stream, which will be whenever the next event drops. And I'll probably make some more analysis videos on the characters, on some of the characters, and Lonetrail itself. But yeah, I look forward to those, and that's it. Thank y'all. See y'all next time. Peace.